Election headquarters in New York. This is the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite and Charles Kuralt in the CBS newsroom, Bernard Kalb in San Clemente, Bob Schieffer in Mitchell, South Dakota, Barry Seraphin in Towson, Maryland, Terry Drinkwater in Rockville, Maryland, Jeff Williams in Ayrshire, Iowa, Jed Duval in Cheyenne, Wyoming, Richard Threlkeld in Prineville, Oregon, Bruce Dunning in Cat Lai, South Vietnam, and Bruce Hall in Miami.
Good evening. This was the day that comes every 4 years when the people of the United States choose one man to wield the greatest power given to any world leader. And it appears at this hour that they turned out in record numbers to choose today the next president of the United States. Despite rain over much of the nation, state after state reported long lines at the polls, some places so long that voting hours were being extended. The report seemed to put into doubt early on this election day at least one prediction of pollsters and pundits that there was widespread apathy over this year's election. Both Republican and Democratic leaders saw in these large turnouts hopes for their side. Republican National Chairman Robert Dole said that traditionally Republican areas of New Jersey and Connecticut were voting particularly heavily. Senator McGovern's chief advisors noted a very heavy vote in Democratic areas, particularly black, blue-collar, and student precincts. Just a scattering of precincts have been counted at this point, but the figures are: President Nixon, 218,000 votes. Senator McGovern, 115,000. That would be 65% for the president and 34% for Senator McGovern, and that's with less than 1% of the nation's precincts counted. But CBS News can estimate now, on the basis of its vote profile analysis, that in Kentucky, where enough of our sample precincts now have been counted, will go to President Nixon. His vote will be about 61% of the total when all the votes have been counted, we estimate, to McGovern's 39%. The first vote to fall to, first state to fall to President Nixon in this election night. We'll be back in a minute with more on the election story. A correction on our estimate on the final vote in Kentucky, where we say that President Nixon will win. The figure will be 65% for President Nixon and 35% for George McGovern, is the way we calculate it here. President and Mrs. Nixon were the first voters to appear this morning at the Concordia Elementary School precinct in San Clemente, California. And then they took a plane back to Washington to await the outcome. Bernard Kalb reports.
Some of the local people here at San Clemente turned out early this morning to see a couple of their neighbors vote. The first to vote at Concordia School, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Nixon of San Clemente and the White House. The president projecting an image of relaxed self-confidence as he makes his own personal contribution to the Republican slogan of 4 more years. They use a paper ballot here, the ballot the size of a newspaper. There are a lot of choices to be made. Among other things, 22 referenda in California, including everything from decriminalizing marijuana to controls on pornography. There's also the choice of a congressman and the choice of a president. It took Mrs. Nixon about 3 minutes to check off her decisions. At one point, the president, perhaps because of the unwieldiness of the big ballot, dropped it, the kind of event that is destined to be a footnote to the history written today. By the way, it took the president more than 5 minutes to check off his selections. A couple of presidential votes here, his and Mrs. Nixon's, about which there is no mystery. Bernard Kalb, CBS News at Concordia School, San Clemente.
George McGovern was in a philosophical mood as his 22-month-long campaign ended. He said, "We've done our best. We've waged an honest campaign. We've worked as hard as our physical capacities would permit. Now it's up to the people." Bob Schieffer reports.
McGovern had only a few hours' sleep at best after a long day and night of campaigning, but he appeared rested this morning as he came to a Mitchell, South Dakota church to vote. Bannering with photographers, he said that as a matter of good judgment, he was voting the straight Democratic ticket. There was little doubt as to how he marked his ballot, with at least 50 reporters and photographers in, around, and on top of the voting booth. It was perhaps the most photographed secret ballot in recent history. McGovern predicted victory to the last. In a short speech at nearby Dakota Wesleyan, where he once taught, He talked about the memories of the campaign and the people along the way.
And as we would walk up and down those long rows of people who met us at 1,000 different airports across this country, and along the platforms and the crossroads and the great cities of this nation, frequently people would say things to me that weren't always heard by the press. Sometimes I said things that I wish weren't heard by the press. But what would come to me from these people along the way that we met were their expressions of hope.
And that hope, McGovern said, was to be a better nation than before. There has been a certain serenity about McGovern lately. He feels he has done his best, but he thinks this will be his last try if he loses. Bob Schieffer, CBS News, Mitchell, South Dakota.
Vice President Agnew spent a quiet election day in his office in Washington. He broke it long enough to end his active role in this campaign in a voting booth in a Baltimore suburb. Barry Seraphin reports.
Vice President and Mrs. Agnew voted at an elementary school in Towson, Maryland. Agnew joked with newsmen before entering the voting booth.
If I don't come out in half an hour, send for him.
To no one's surprise, it did not take Agnew long to complete his voting, 1 minute, 55 seconds. Outside, he was asked what kind of victory tonight he would find satisfactory.
Make any predictions? I'm out of the predicting business. We'll just wait and see how things work out.
What would be satisfying to you?
A win.
Any kind of
win would be very satisfying.
Looking back at the campaign, Mr. Agnew, what do you think was the determining issue? McGovern himself became the issue rather than the administration's record? How would you define it?
Well, no, I don't think you can categorize that on a basis of what's the same issue controlling countrywide. I think different things, different issues affected different areas, and certainly the idea that McGovern was criticizing the foreign policy of the country, which has never been done, I think hurt him very badly.
Agnew left to visit his aunt a few blocks away, then returned to Washington, where he will join fellow Republicans tonight for what he expects to be a victory celebration. Barry Seraphin, CBS News, Towson, Maryland.
McGovern running mate Sergeant Shriver, who was the last of the major candidates to return from the campaign trail, also was the last to make it to the polls. Terry Drinkwater reports from a Maryland suburb of Washington.
Sergeant Shriver went to vote in mid-afternoon. He slept late because his campaign jet didn't return from Texas to Washington until just before dawn this morning. Working to the end for the ticket, there was a little final campaigning at the polls. Shriver trying to change a mind or two. Then a delay for those who wanted autographs. On the way to the booth, a Republican worker handed Shriver a sample GOP ballot. He and his wife, Eunice Kennedy Shriver, already had sample Democratic ballots. No question about which list of recommended candidates the Shrivers followed. The vice presidential candidate himself took 1 minute and 7 seconds to pull all of the levers. Shriver's 4 sons came along to watch and received a brief civics lesson from their father. They've been along on much of the whole campaign. Shriver said it felt good to be voting for himself. It's the first time that he has ever run for political office and had his name on a ballot.
Shriver will watch the returns here at his estate. Then he'll talk to McGovern and finally to the Democratic headquarters hotel in downtown Washington for a statement. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Rockville, Maryland.
Politicians long have looked to certain areas as the bellwethers of how an election is going. These areas range in size from wards to states. However, throughout history, there have been 3 counties which always have voted with the winner. Jeff Williams, Jed Duvall, and Richard Threlkeld have reports on those counties. First, Williams in Palo Alto County, Iowa.
In November of 1896, most of the people in this town of Ayrshire voted for William McKinley. And in the 76 years since then, they have unfailingly picked the right man for president. George McGovern has some support in this town. The people are mostly farmers and predominantly Democrats. Even so, Nixon is considered a favorite. However, the president does not have an overwhelming lead here, as polls show him having nationwide. Nixon gets considerable organizational support from Mayor Jody Smith. At age 20, Smith is the country's youngest mayor. A firm Republican, Smith seconded Nixon's nomination in Miami. He predicts Nixon will carry the township by about 60%. The farmers are aware of the Watergate affair, but few hold it against Nixon. They write that off as politics. Some are more concerned about Nixon's peace efforts. On one hand, they ask why wasn't it done 4 years ago? On the other hand, they now ask if peace terms will really be agreed upon. The men don't like to say publicly who they'll vote for, but no one predicts an upset or a break in the town's streak of choosing the presidential winner. Jeff Williams, CBS News, Ayrshire, Iowa.
This is Cheyenne fashion, this year and every year. Even feet that never slide into stirrups are clad in boots. The railroad built this town. It came west with the expansion of the late 1800s, was here when Wyoming was merely a territory. In 1896, Laramie County went from McKinley. Every 4 years since, it chose the same man the nation did. The place is anything but burning with political fever, few bumper stickers or billboards, and not everyone wants to talk about it. Nevertheless, there is interest. Voter registration is up to 30,000, a record. A recent University of Wyoming poll gave Nixon a 2-to-1 edge, and then some. Why Laramie County has always been on the winning side of the presidential votes is a matter of opinion. One official here says it's because the population is mobile and diverse. Some folks say it's a matter of chance, and more than one will grin at you and say, superior judgment. Jed Duval, CBS News, Laramie County, Wyoming.
Crook County, Oregon, population 10,000, makes its living off its cattle and its trees. Either by luck or some kind of electoral sensory perception, Crook County has voted for the winner in every presidential race since Grover Cleveland back in 1884. And although Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-to-1 here, Crook County will probably vote this year for Richard Nixon 2-to-1. And with good reason. Lately, the lumber business and the cattle business have been bullish, to say the least. But few voters are all that charmed by the Republican ticket. A lot of them we talked to would have voted for George Wallace if he'd been a candidate. In fact, presidential politics don't even come up in conversation very much. Over at Brownfield's restaurant, the voters are more interested in the jukebox, or hunting deer, or if it comes to politics, the hot race for county commissioner. So for whatever it's worth, looks like Crook County is going to go Nixon by a landslide. And if you want to believe what the pollsters and pundits are saying, looks like Crook County voters will keep their record intact. Richard Threlkeld, CBS News, Prineville, Oregon.
President Nixon's so-called Southern strategy 4 years ago was hampered by the candidacy of George Wallace, who won 5 states of the Deep South. With Wallace out of the running this year, a key question is where his supporters will go, to American Party candidate John Schmitz or to the president, perhaps. Roger Mudd, you're covering the South, and wonder how it looks to you at this moment.
Walter, virtually every Wallace voter in Kentucky, which is the state we have our fullest returns on, virtually every Wallace voter in 1968 tonight is voting for Richard Nixon. It indicates that from Tennessee, the same pattern is holding. McGovern tonight is running about 2 or 3 percentage points behind Hubert Humphrey's mark in 1968. Tonight, the difference is the George Wallace vote from 68. We can take a look at our Kentucky vote profile analysis board. There, as Walter has reported, the ultimate returns show that President Nixon is the winner 65% to 35% for Senator McGovern. Our popular vote shows now Richard Nixon running a little less than 2-to-1 ahead of Senator McGovern. 38% of the vote in. The bulk of that early was from Louisville, Jefferson County in the 3rd District, which is heavy Democratic voting pattern there, but now it's beginning to move toward the west in Paducah. But take a look at the Kentucky Senate board and you'll get an example of how much ticket splitting is going on tonight. This does not indicate that President Nixon will pull in with him all the Republican job seekers. Louis Nunn, the former Republican governor, trailing by about 200 votes. Walter D. Huddleston, the Democrat. In the Tennessee presidential race, with 11% of the vote in, Richard Nixon leading George McGovern better than 3-to-1. That is voting from East Tennessee, heavily Republican. Ticket split also in Tennessee in the senatorial race. There, the Republican incumbent, Howard Baker, leading redistricted Democratic Congressman Ray Blanton by about 10,000 votes, demonstrating again, Walter, that tonight, in the South at least, not everybody is voting a straight Republican ticket.
Mike Wallace, how are things shaping up in the East?
Walter, the predicted voter apathy is surely not the story in the East tonight, all along the eastern seaboard, from Maine on down to Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York City, Baltimore City. Voters are going to the polls in huge numbers. In some areas, they say that records are being set. But we don't know yet what it means because there are not enough returns in on our boards yet to tell us. Most of the polls in the eastern states don't close until 8 o'clock. Could be that voters are turning out to give the president the mandate that he asked for. It could be that the McGovern organization is turning out huge numbers of voters they promised that they'd bring to the polls today. We'll be able to tell you more about it in about an hour and a half.
Dan Rather, I think you're starting to get a trickle of returns from the Midwest.
Well, we are, Walter, and the story in the Midwest at the moment is in Indiana, where it appears that President Nixon is getting most of the old Wallace vote in that state. In Indiana, 7% of the precincts reporting the actual tabulated vote shows President Nixon running somewhat less than 2-to-1 ahead of George McGovern. However, on the basis of our own sample precincts, the president may win on the order of 67% of the Indiana vote. Now, we give him a significant lead. We're not prepared to say just yet that President Nixon will carry Indiana. Margin in the state turns out to be anywhere near 67%, he may bring in a Republican governor in that state with him. There's a governorship open in Indiana, and on the basis of the precincts reporting thus far, the tabulated vote shows the Republican out to an early lead, and on the basis of our own CBS News sample precincts, the indication is that the Republican candidate for governor in Indiana may wind up winning with about 59% of the vote.
The results so far from a CBS News Election Day survey of almost 7,500 voters interviewed as they left the polls across the nation indicates that the anticipated landslide for President Richard Nixon appears to be taking place. CBS News has tabulated its results up to the middle of the voting day for each of the 143 polling places in which the voters were interviewed, even taking into account sampling errors and possible changes in voting patterns during the latter part of the day. The findings tend to confirm predictions of a Republican landslide. The survey, in which voters are asked to fill out a secret ballot designating their choices and other information, is primarily designed to analyze voting behavior by various population and demographic groups. We'll be presenting those findings as the evening progresses. As usual, there are procedural voting foul-ups today, troubles with voting machines and that sort of thing. As a result, there have been court orders extending the balloting time by 3 hours in Butler County, Ohio, Hudson County, New Jersey, and perhaps some other places that we haven't even heard about yet. Here in our election headquarters, we now have about 1% of the national vote counted, and President Nixon has jumped out into an early and a long lead. 66% of the vote goes to him so far, 546,000 to 272,000 for Senator George McGovern. That, as we said, is a 66 to 33% lead, a 2-to-1 margin for the president with 1% of the nation's precincts counted. John Smith's the American Independent Party candidate. That was the party on whose ballot George Wallace appeared in 1968. He's got almost 10,000 votes and about 1% of the vote. CBS News is able to say, on the basis of our sample precincts, that President Nixon definitely will win in Kentucky and in Indiana. In Kentucky by a 65 to 35% margin. In Indiana by an even larger margin, 67 to 33. And that's the way it is up to now, Tuesday, November 7th, 1972. We'll be back at our election headquarters for our continuing coverage in a very few moments.
CBS News coverage of Election 72. Tonight, the latest returns. This broadcast is sponsored by the Ford Motor Company and 6,283 Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers. The goal, no unhappy owners. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good evening from CBS News election headquarters. Some or all of the polls have closed now in a dozen states, and the early returns put President Nixon, as expected, out in front and by a sizable margin. These early returns, far too few to be significant, however, nevertheless conform to all of the indicators and all of the polls. Let's take a look at that popular vote with about 1% of the precincts counted. President Nixon has 570,000 votes, and George McGovern 283,000. That's a 2-to-1 margin for President Nixon. And CBS News is able to say on the basis of our sample precincts that the president definitely has won Kentucky and Indiana. Kentucky by a 65-to-35 margin. Indiana by an even larger one, 67-to-33. Also, in Indiana, our CBS News estimate is that the Republican candidate for the governorship will win there. He is Mr. Bowen, and he has beaten the former governor, Mr. Welch. On the electoral vote, President Nixon now has 22 electoral votes from Kentucky and Indiana. He's leading in states with 35 more electoral votes, and that would give him a 57 toward that 270 he needs for re-election. The total vote coming in tonight indicates a very heavy turnout across the entire United States, much heavier than anyone had anticipated when the newsmen, the pundits, and the pollsters out across the countryside said they were finding apathy among the many states. Reports of the heavy turnout indicate that that vote could very well go above 80 million, and that would be a record. It would have to go above 88 million to be a record in percentage above the previous record established in 1968. CBS News can now say that President Nixon is also a winner in Tennessee. Since most of the state, including the heavily Democratic cities, have not yet reported, the current estimate, though, of 72% for Nixon probably is going to drop somewhat as the polls close in the rest of the state. But when all the numbers are in, President Nixon will add Tennessee to his total vote. Across the country, the Nixon landslide seems to be developing about as predicted, but of course there are a lot of other races to be watched here tonight. And how broad and how long will President Nixon's coattails be? Will he carry into office a new House of Representatives and a new Senate, Republican for only the third time in the last 40 years? There are 33 Senate seats up this year. All 435 members of the House, of course, are up. 18 governorships are up, too. Besides that, thousands upon thousands of local races for everything from mayor to dog catcher, and state offices, of course, as well. And a lot of propositions on the ballot, a lot of referendum type questions being asked. Colorado, for instance, will the Olympics, the Winter Olympics, be held there in 1976? Marijuana legalization is on the ballot in California, abortion in Michigan, that sort of question all across these United States. So there's a lot of reason yet to get out to vote, whether the presidential race seems to be swinging one-sidedly one way or the other. Let's take a look now at all those races around the United States. We have Mike Wallace reporting from the east, Roger Mudd from the south, Dan Rather from the Midwest, John Hart from the West, and Eric Severide to analyze the whys and the hows of this big election night. Since most of those early poll closings have come in the South, we'll hear first from Roger. Roger?
Well, the solid South used to be solid. Last time it was solid Democratic was 1944, and since then it's broken apart. But tonight, just looking at our regional map, you can see the building blocks already are going into place for a solid Republican South. Already we have a presidential winner in Kentucky and Tennessee, and early indications are from every poll and every pre-voting sounding that the president would sweep the South, perhaps doing not as well in Texas. But tonight already he has picked up 2 states, Kentucky and Tennessee. The Tennessee presidential race, our vote profile analysis shows that the ultimate count there will be 72-28. That is, as Walter pointed out, basically an Eastern Republican vote. That percentage may drop. In the popular vote in Tennessee, with 14% of the vote in, the president is leading better than 2-to-1. But take a look at the Kentucky presidential race. You'll also see there in our vote profile analysis a 65-35 split over Senator McGovern. In the popular vote in Kentucky, With 50% of the vote in, he's leading easily 2-1 there. In the Kentucky senatorial race, however, Walter D. Huddleston still maintaining just a razor-thin edge over the former Republican governor Louis Nunn. That's a Republican Senate seat being vacated by John Sherman Cooper, and if the Republicans intend to take over control of the Senate, they cannot afford to lose any seats they now have. That is one of them. And in the Tennessee senatorial race, there is evidence tonight of ticket splitting, not as much as in Kentucky. The incumbent Republican, Howard Baker, with 51,000, and Democratic Congressman Ray Blanton, 38,000. So that race looks favorable for Howard Baker. Busing was an issue there, but all indications are that Senator Baker has been able to overcome the charges by Ray Blanton that he was responsible for the appointment of a federal judge who ordered busing around Nashville. So, Walter, we're off this evening already with 2 states in the South, and I dare say as we look at that map through the evening, that dark Kentucky, Tennessee block will spread all the way to the Gulf.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. Our CBS News estimate has been able to say that Indiana has fallen definitely into its normal Republican habits tonight, and Dan Rather from the Midwest has the story.
Walter, as you know, Indiana is considered the most southern of the Midwestern states, one-time bastion of the Ku Klux Klan and a traditionally Republican state. No surprise that CBS News estimates that President Nixon has carried Indiana. There may be a mild surprise, though, in the length of the president's coattails. The CBS, first of all, the figures in the presidential race, the CBS News estimate is that the president's final margin in Indiana may be on the order of 67%. Now, let's take a look at the figures in the Indiana governor's race, which was expected to be very close. With 12% of the precincts reporting, this is the president's margin over George McGovern, but since our CBS News estimate is that the president's winning margin will be on the order of 67%, those figures don't mean a great deal, except they do reinforce the idea that the Nixon sweep is running very deep in Indiana. Now, for a look at that governor's race, the Indiana governor's race was expected to be extremely close. It's an open governor's race. Matthew Welch, a former governor, the Democrat, who in the face of a President Nixon carrying Indiana in 1960, Welch, the Democrat, won the Indiana governorship. However, this year, in an attempt to come back, not for a consecutive term, but to come back, our CBS News estimate is that the Republican, Otis Bowen, a physician and the majority leader of the Indiana House, has won the Indiana gubernatorial race, and the final margin will be on the order of 59%. Now, to translate that into coattail terms as to what it may mean for the rest of the evening, it now appears that at least one and perhaps more Democratic House members in Indiana may be in some trouble. For example, in the 11th district, incumbent Democrat Andrew Jacobs, with 16% of the vote in and counted, trails by about 62 to 38% behind William Hudnut, the Republican challenger. It appears that in Indiana, the president's coattails may indeed be long, and there may be one or more Democratic House seats change hands, change parties in Indiana. And to note that had no, according to the news estimate, the polls closed in Ohio less than an hour ago, but on the basis of our sample precincts, CBS News estimates that President Nixon has carried Ohio with about 60% of the vote. Now, again, that is a larger margin than the McGovern people had expected, even when they were willing to talk about defeat, and it may also mean in Ohio, we'll see as the evening goes along, that some Democratic House members could be in trouble in Ohio as well. Walter?
But total now is 4 states for President Nixon, according to our CBS News estimate: Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, and Ohio. That gives him a total of some 57 electoral votes, and that is on the way toward the 270 he needs for re-election. All of those totals over 60%, including, as Dan pointed out, Ohio, which was a state where Senator McGovern had campaigned hard and long and had hoped to do very well, perhaps even have a chance to win. If that sort of figure continues across the country, it would indicate that the landslide that had been predicted will develop for President Nixon. A landslide perhaps of historic proportions. To be the largest landslide in our modern history. He'd have to get better than 61% of the vote to beat President Johnson's 1964 victory over Senator Goldwater, and he has to get all of the electoral votes save 8. That was the record in 1936 of Franklin Delano Roosevelt over Alf Landon, when Landon won just Maine and Vermont. Now let's take a look at the East with Mike Wallace.
Yeah, well, there's not too much still, Walter, to take a look at in the East, because in spite of the fact that up and down the eastern seaboard the turnout has been heavy, polls don't close in most eastern states till 8 o'clock. New York votes until 9, so returns are sketchy in the extreme. But some precincts are reporting from Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. Let's take a look at these. In Maine, as you can see, it's about 2-1 for the president over George McGovern. That's about as expected, but let's go on down to the senatorial race in Maine, if we may. Mrs. Margaret Chase Smith, who is 74 years old and running for her 5th term, may be in for some trouble tonight from her Democratic challenger, Congressman William Hathaway, who is 48 and has made age, Mrs. Smith's age, an issue in this campaign. That and her aloofness from the main scene. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Smith was said to be slightly miffed because the newspaper, the weekly newspaper for which she used to work back in Maine, came out with an editorial against Senator Margaret Chase's 5th term. They said it was time for a change. Bill Hathaway had expected, when he announced his candidacy, that he was going to be running on the coattails of Ed Muskie, who at that time was going to be the presidential candidate, he thought. When the Muskie candidacy went down in the primaries, so did Bill Hathaway's, it was thought, but it's conceivable. Late polls show that Senator Smith and Bill Hathaway are running about neck and neck, have been in the polls in the state of Maine. Let's move over to New Hampshire, where 2% of the precincts are reporting. As you can see, the president is leading by about 2-1 in that state, too. There is a tough race for Senate in New Hampshire. Senator Thomas McIntyre, the Democrat incumbent, running for his 2nd term, leading Wesley Powell, 2-term governor of the state of New Hampshire, but just barely at this moment. Powell backed by William Loeb, the publisher of the Manchester Union Leader. Powell doesn't like Richard Nixon, and Richard Nixon reciprocates the feeling. Mr. Powell called the president's trip to China a kind of sellout, although he changed his point of view about 2 or 3 weeks ago when Vice President Agnew showed up in New Hampshire. That's going to be a tough race. For a gubernatorial race with 2% of the precincts reporting in New Hampshire, we see a fellow by the name of Malcolm McLean leading Meldrum Thompson, the Republican candidate. Thompson's a conservative. Roger Crowley is a conservative. Thompson is supposed to be the leader. Malcolm McLean has 98 votes. We're told that they all come from Waterville Valley, the center of ski territory in New Hampshire. And Malcolm McLean, the mayor of Concord, New Hampshire, is chairman of the U.S. Olympic Ski Committee. And those votes are ski enthusiast votes. Finally, in Vermont, Mr. Nixon leading by about 3-1, with 1% of the votes counted in Vermont. And in the Vermont gubernatorial race, Luther Hackett, the Republican replacement for Governor Dean Davis, who has retired from office, leading Thomas Salmon, the Democratic challenger. Sketchy returns, as you can see, Walter, from the East still.
Popular return now gives President Nixon 773,000 votes, George McGovern 367,000. The percentage lead for President Nixon now, with 2% of the nation's precincts counted, has widened, 67% to 32%, as the landslide seems to be developing as predicted. CBS News coverage of election night 72 will continue in a moment. Yeah, what program? President Nixon, at this early stage in the evening, already, according to our CBS News estimate, has picked up the states of Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, and Ohio. He's leading in most of the other states in which just a few scattered returns have come in so far. He has won 57 of the 270 electoral votes needed for re-election. And it does appear, and doesn't it, Eric, that the landslide is on?
Yes, it's surprise around this table, Walter. It's been a most odd campaign and election.
Here you have a not terribly popular leader of a minority party piling up what all these early returns suggest will be a huge majority in the country. And in this campaign, we've had the incumbent on the offensive. We've had the challenger on the defensive. That's all very untraditional, but some are all very unexciting, too. In any lopsided situation like this, of course, the opinion polls take all the suspense out of American elections. They just lie like a heavy smog over all conversations and calculations. A close finish tonight, if any miracle like that happened, would do a lot to restore a little more innocent faith in the unpredictability of the ordinary and independent American citizen. Anyway, it might cut the pollsters down to human size a little more. A landslide victory, I suppose, is anything from about 56% of the popular vote on up. That's as good a figure to pick out of the air as any. There have been 10 landslide victories since the Civil War. In nearly all of them, the winning presidential candidate has brought in shoals and coveys of party senators, representatives, and governors, but maybe not tonight. And it's the Senate races that bear the watching. Mr. Nixon will be very pleased with a numerical majority in the Senate. They haven't had that, the Republicans, for about 18 years. But he'll settle for that ideological majority he claimed he got 2 years ago but didn't quite get. The House has not given Mr. Nixon too much trouble, and he's almost got an ideological majority on the Supreme Court already. If you get that in the Senate tonight, then there's going to be a great deal less checking and balancing of presidential power. It was the Senate, after all, that voted to cut off funds for Vietnam by a 2-vote margin, and that prevented the removal of busing cases from the courts by a 1-vote margin. And the South seems to be the key to the Senate result. It's highly radioactive. And a loose coalition of moderates, that's what we've had running the Senate, that could be replaced by a loose coalition of real conservatives, depending on tonight's results. It wouldn't mean automatic presidential control of legislation by any means, because senators are strong-minded men. They're not easily pushed around. But it would mean a different tone and direction. And it would just about assure no big adventurous experiments in social legislation, at any rate, to come for quite a long time. I think it would mean a quiet and cautious period ahead. And that seems to be what the popular majority in the country wants in any case. Back to you, Walter.
John Hart is covering the West for us, and while we're not getting any results, of course, out there where the polls are still open and will be for quite a while yet, what should we be looking for in the West, John?
Well, we're looking for some very fascinating propositions in California, Walter. As you indicated earlier, they're voting on marijuana, whether it would be legal to grow it, own it, carry it, but not to sell it. Colorado is also voting on some radical propositions, whether or not to reduce the income, that is the property tax, by 60% and as much as double the most expensive taxes of the large corporations. The polls don't close in California, the state that George McGovern says he needs in order to have any chance of winning, for another 3.5 hours. But, Walter, we can report this news. Pine Valley, Utah, population 75, went for Richard Nixon 12-1. That moderates the importance of that news, because we have to tell you they usually do that.
Well, the places that usually do that are certainly doing it across the country, as we get these reports from the smaller precincts and some of the more unique names around the country. And also some of those that don't normally do it seem to be doing it this year. That is, going a Republican, at least on the presidential side. What we're going to be watching as the evening develops, of course, is the effect of that coattail vote. Will the president carry with him the 5 extra Senate seats he needs to gain control of the Senate? That's assuming that Vice President Agnew will be there to vote to cast any deciding votes. In a tie, 6 votes for the Republicans, 6 additional seats would give them undisputed control of the Senate. They need 39 seats in addition to holding on to the ones they've got in order to win the House. Actually, some 1/3, better than a third of the elections over the last 100 years, 50 elections, 18 times, more than that number of seats have changed hands in the House. So the Republicans have a chance to do it. To sum up, the first indications we have tonight are that the pollsters are right. President Nixon appears headed toward an overwhelming re-election victory. Mr. Nixon so far is running far in front of George McGovern, and adding to his margin by picking up most of George Wallace's 1968 vote. Fairly shortly now, if present trends continue, we'll start being able to gauge that coattail effect That is, how many Republicans will Mr. Nixon be able to pull along with him into the Senate, the House, governor's mansion, and so forth. All of this lies ahead tonight. Right now, the latest from our local stations on races in your area. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News coverage of Elections 72. Tonight, the latest returns. This broadcast is sponsored by Payne, Weber, Jackson, and Curtis. We help you know about investing. Reporting from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Well, the polls have closed in some 10 states across the United States by now. 20% of the polling places are closed by state, at any rate. And after the most expensive campaign in American political history, it appears to have availed the Democrats, as far as the presidency goes, at any rate, very, very little. The landslide seems to have developed very early for President Nixon. We have 7 states, according to our CBS News estimate, that we can say definitely are in President Nixon's camp tonight, and others, many others, are leaning that way. We have, in just the last few minutes, been able to estimate that President Nixon will win in Florida by some 66% of the vote there, that he has won in Georgia. The exact figure we don't have as yet on our estimate. He will win in Alabama also, that figure to come along. Before these 3 decisions were made, we could say also that he had won Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Ohio. So with those 7 states, President Nixon has 95 of the electoral votes needed toward that 270 magic figure, which puts him over the top for a re-election. The actual count of the popular vote so far, with about 3% of the nation's vote in, President Nixon has gone over the million figure, 1,125,000. That's 67% of the vote. George McGovern, 538,000, 32% of the vote. John Smith's, the American Independent Party candidate, 18,000 votes, or about 1%. There are, as you also know, some 11 other minor parties that are on the ballot in various states, everything from the Communist Party to the Universalist Party. Universalist Party is on the ballot in one state. Its platform is to make flying saucers more respectable, apparently, and those votes will be tabulated a little later on. For a report from Nixon headquarters now at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington, let's go to Dan Shore.
Yes, Walter. About 3% of the vote, that's in terms of what you know, but in terms of the rosy predictions here, there have been briefings in which Herbert Klein, the White House Communications Director, has said that he expects 48 states for President Nixon. The only ones he said were in doubt were Massachusetts and West Virginia. And Harry Dent, the White House Southern strategist, said no, West Virginia is going to be in, which makes 49. They attributed this to the landslide, to the whole large turnout at the polls. They expect to have as many as 85 million votes, which is considerably better than the 73 million in 1968 and the 70.5 million in 1964. One interesting thing, Harry Dent says that he expects that after the election, several Southern senators and congressmen will switch their affiliation to the Republican Party so that if the Republicans don't pick up the necessary seats to organize Congress, they'll be able to do so by some switches. He wouldn't mention names. He denied there were any deals. Could be Senator Eastland, could be Senator Byrd of Virginia, now independent. But there appears to be something in the making about a switch of parties by some of the nominal Democrats in the South. With me is Michelle Clark, who is looking at the scene out here as they get ready for the victory celebration with President Nixon and Vice President Agnew. Michelle?
Walter, apparently the only plans here have always been for a victory celebration. The point is just how large the victory is going to be. The bands have been playing here for an hour. There's talk that the president should arrive here sometime before midnight. His cabinet members, all of the people in the party are expected to be here. There should be a lot of young people. There are 2 kinds of bands. There's Pete Fountain, and then there's a rock band for the younger people. We'll wait and see. Right now, there's not much room for enthusiasm except when the announcements are made. There's a big screen over our shoulders that show all of the networks telling you exactly what we're projecting, and there's a cheer that goes up, of course, every time there's something said about a big landslide victory here. And that's all we've got from you now. Walter?
Now for the scene of McGovern headquarters, let's go to Bruce Morton at the Coliseum in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Bruce?
For election night, and once they volunteered to do all the artwork, why a couple of local families volunteered to put them up. The way the returns have been going, I don't know. Maybe it's not a rainbow, maybe it's a sunset, but that be as it may. This place is very empty, as you can see. The reason is not that Senator McGovern lacks friends in South Dakota. He has lots of them. The reason is that the Secret Service, until just a few minutes ago, had been sweeping the Coliseum here. Not that they'd had any warnings, but simply the standard kind of security check that they do anytime the candidate goes somewhere. That process just ended a few minutes ago. Senator McGovern himself, as you know, went to Mitchell, South Dakota to vote today. Stopped by on the way back at a family-owned shoe store in Mitchell and bought himself 2 pairs of shoes, some black loafers and a pair of boots, the first boots he said he'd ever owned. It's not any kind of an election day tradition. One of the owners of the store said they just seem to know McGovern's size, and quite often when he's in Mitchell, he stops by and does a little business there. We drove back from there here to Sioux Falls. It's just under a 70-mile drive. McGovern went to one more reception here, which makes him an unusually active candidate for an election day, and then went from there for some quiet time in the hotel where he's staying. He doesn't have a house here in Sioux Falls, just a small apartment over his office in Mitchell. He's having dinner, we're told, watching 3 television sets, impartially, 1 to each network. And just in the far corner of this room, past the stage there's a little holding room with some more television sets, a couch or 2, some easy chairs. That's where he'll be coming eventually to wait and get a final look at the returns before he comes out and talks to his supporters here. We are told that is not likely to happen anytime very early. Not that McGovern doesn't believe in projections, but he wants to wait and let the raw vote pile up for a while before he does anything. There'll be some music here later on. It's very quiet now. Walter?
Bruce, we were told earlier that in that Mr. Berg shoe store where he bought those 2 pairs of shoes, he was extended credit. I gather he has been in the past, but today I guess that's a vote of confidence at any rate that he didn't come out of the campaign too badly off financially.
Well, I think on a senator's salary you can afford a couple pairs of shoes. They're not badly paid.
All right, Bruce. The reports from around as we have been reporting them to you, indicate that President Nixon certainly is going to win, and probably with a record margin of votes, perhaps over that 61.8 that President Johnson was reelected by in 1964 over Barry Goldwater. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. We might emphasize here that the figures we've been posting so far are preliminary ones. Our CBS News estimates are derived from selected sample precincts across the country. The voting and counting of those votes is far from over across the United States as a whole. State and local offices, many public questions often are decided by very small margins, so we urge you, if you can still vote in your state, your area, why you ought to go out and do your duty and do so. Now let's go to the South and a report from there. Roger Mike.
Walter, since we last left you, our solid South was 2 states solid to the Republicans, and it's grown since our last report, and now you can see the difference with the addition to President Nixon's column of Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. So already in the South, he's picked up 5 of those 13 states. Just reading quickly at our vote profile precincts in the South, in 1968, Richard Nixon carried 32% of the vote in the South from the rural and small towns. Tonight, 75%. The big difference, again, is the George Wallace vote from 4 years ago. In 1968, Hubert Humphrey picked up 36% of those districts that normally vote solidly Democratic. President Nixon got 35% of them. Tonight, President Nixon carrying 68% of the vote from the high Democratic districts. In Florida tonight, our vote profile analysis indicates the president again has taken Florida, which has gone Republican over the last 20 years. The percentage ultimately indicates 72-28 for Richard Nixon in Florida. The popular vote in Florida to date, with about 8% of the vote in, shows Richard Nixon leading 3-1 there. In Georgia, with 12 electoral votes, President Nixon is the winner there, 2% of the vote in, leading about 4-1. In the Alabama presidential race, the president is the winner there, according to our vote estimate. Our popular vote shows 2% in, leading about 4-1 there. In Kentucky, in the presidential race, 79% of that vote in. He won that state at least an hour ago. They're running a little less than 2-1. In the Tennessee presidential race, 33% in, with 10 electoral votes from Tennessee already won by Richard Nixon. The popular vote shows him running about 2-1. And in the Tennessee vote profile analysis indicates the ultimate percentage there will be 71-29. In the Tennessee senatorial race, we have a winner there, Howard Baker, the Republican incumbent, going for his second term, has now defeated Ray Blanton, a Democrat from Central Tennessee, who was redistricted. But tonight, Howard Baker has won, although he did not pull the vote that Richard Nixon did. And finally, in the Kentucky Senate race, Louis Nunn, the former Republican governor, is now trailing Walter D. Huddleston, the Democrat, by about 20,000 votes. This is a seat that the Republicans must keep to win control of the Senate. And also tonight, Walter, we have an interesting Senate race in Alabama. John Sparkman, who has been in the Senate since 1946, has defeated Winton Red Blunt, the former Postmaster General, and that was really no surprise. It was one of the GOP's last hopes to break through the solid South in the Senate. And finally, as an indication of what coattails are and what they are not, in the Kentucky race tonight, in the 3rd district, which is the congressional district around Louisville, Romano Mazzoli, who won in 1970 with the closest margin of any congressional district in the state, 211 votes, tonight has defeated his Republican opponent, this time 60% to 40%. So President Nixon's presence on the ballot didn't help any Republican in that district.
Indicates that there is ticket splitting going on, certainly there, at any rate.
Not only there, but also just looking at the boards in Alabama. We mentioned the Red Blunt, John Sparkman race. Richard Nixon there, a 5-1 leader over McGovern in the Alabama president, but in the Alabama Senate, it's Sparkman about 3-2.
Wasn't it expected that Blunt would do a little better than that, actually?
They hoped he would do better.
But it wasn't expected.
John Sparkman carried with him, Walter, a thick black book, and in it was a list of every pork barrel and public service project he ever brought home for Alabama.
Pork barrel if you're on the other side. It's public service if you're on that side.
Well, I used both definitions so Mr. Blunt wouldn't call. And
our popular vote now is still at around 3% of the national vote, 1.5 million almost for President Nixon, 693,000 for Senator McGovern. That's a 67 to 32% spread. Let's go now to the Middle West and Dan Rather. Dan?
Walter, Ohio and Indiana are the stories in the Midwest at the moment. In Ohio, our CBS News estimate is that President Nixon has carried Ohio. This is with 4% of the precincts reporting. That was the vote in and tabulated. But our CBS News estimate is that President Nixon has won Ohio with something on the order of 61% of the vote. Now, and an analysis of how that happened, according to our close look at our own sample precincts, runs this way. President Nixon in Ohio is doing roughly 16% better this time than he did in 1968, mostly on the basis of getting virtually all of the old Wallace votes and a few more votes than he got the last time in the suburban areas. Now, George McGovern is running in Ohio about 4% behind the totals of Senator Hubert Humphrey in 1968. It's rare that anyone wins the presidency without carrying Ohio, and President Nixon has not only won Ohio, but he has done it in devastating fashion, if our CBS News estimate is correct. Interestingly enough, in Ohio, as is the case in Indiana, President Nixon running better in the black communities than he did in 1968, coming close to doubling his margins in the black communities of Ohio. That on the basis of very early returns, although to repeat for emphasis, CBS News estimates that President Nixon has won the state of Ohio. In Indiana, as we told you a bit earlier, President Nixon apparently has won Indiana with 27% of the precincts, and he has a margin of better than, well, about 3-1 over George McGovern. But our CBS News estimate in Indiana is that President Nixon's final total in Indiana will be on the order of 67%. Now, in the Indiana governor's race, a coattail effect possibly there, although some thought that the Republican Otis Bowen, the Speaker of the Indiana House and a physician, would take that race anyway. But in the Indiana gubernatorial race, with our CBS News estimate is that Bowen's final total may be on the order of 59%. I know with all these figures coming at you, percentages, sample precincts, and what have you, it's very hard to keep this in any kind of perspective. But if what has happened in Ohio and Indiana holds for the rest of the Midwest, it's far too early to say that it will, but particularly with Ohio, you've got some indicators that it may. What you may see here is President Nixon winding up with an all-time landslide margin. That's the outer perimeter of what we're dealing with in the Midwest based on these sample precincts in Indiana and Ohio, because the president is running extremely strong in the suburban areas. In some suburban areas of Ohio, the president carried by better than 70%. He's running double what he did before in black communities. The only two areas in terms of voter demographics in Indiana and Ohio that George McGovern did well in were low-income areas, very low-income areas, and in the black community. While we say that George McGovern did not as well in the black community as Hubert Humphrey did, still those are the only two areas in Ohio and Indiana that he's carrying. If this holds, what we may be seeing in the Midwest, Walter, is not just a landslide, but the beginning of a glacier.
Well, of course, what President Nixon would like would be a landslide proportions to give him a record, and that would take over 61% of the vote. President Johnson got 61.1%, I believe it was, in 1964 over Senator Goldwater. We can now say, on the basis of our CBS News sample precinct analysis, that President Nixon has won in Virginia, another southern state falling to him, so that the southern South, the solid South, once solidly Democratic, looks this year, as Roger Mudd has told you before, solidly Republican. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. Let's take a look at our eastern states now with Mike Wallace. Mike?
The president has carried Vermont, which is no surprise, with 3 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the boards and see that 4% of the precincts are reporting in Vermont, with Mr. Nixon running about 2-1 ahead of Senator McGovern. But when you take a look at vote profiles analysis, CBS News estimate, we do not have any figures on the CBS News estimate for Vermont, but we do know that the president will carry Vermont with its 3 electoral votes. What we're looking for in the East, of course, is what Mr. Nixon will do in the way of a landslide here as well as in the Republican heartland. Back in 1960, he took just 11 electoral votes in all of the eastern states. In 1968, he took 27 electoral votes. There are 144 of them here, and he is hoping tonight to take at least 127 of the electoral votes in the eastern United States. Walter?
Nixon has won Illinois. That's our CBS News estimate on the basis of our sample precincts in Illinois, one of the major states which it was considered that Senator McGovern had to win in order to have a chance at this year's election, has now fallen to President Nixon. And that big block of electoral votes from Illinois goes into his column. He now has 133 votes, just electoral votes, that is, just 5 electoral votes short of half of the 270 he needs to win the presidency. He has now 1,750,000 votes to McGovern's 828,000, holding on to a 67 to
to 32% margin of landslide proportions. We'll be back shortly with more results from election night 72, but first the latest from our local stations on the races in your area. This is Walter Cronkite at our CBS News election headquarters.
I got it.
This is CBS.
So across the United States, a landslide of very possibly record proportions is building up for President Nixon. As state after state falls into his column tonight on this election night 1972, 12 of the states so far have been determined to be for President Nixon this year, most of them from the solid South. And there are no states where Senator McGovern seems to be leading at this moment. Let's go now to the solid South, where Roger Mudd is our reporter. Actually, right here, but we call it the solid South.
Walter, the only thing I can tell you is that Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and Texas are still out. And already the other states in the South have all dropped into the Nixon column. So that now we can say that with South Carolina, our latest call, 10% of the popular vote in, Richard Nixon there, 4-1. Our South Carolina state gives us 8 electoral votes. Following Virginia, our vote profile analysis in Virginia indicates the president will win there 70% to 30%. Virginia has long been a Republican state, breaking away from the Democrats back in 1952. The popular vote in Virginia now, with about 6% in, shows the president a little under 30,000, George McGovern about 15,000. So the message is from all of this, if this is such a landslide, will he bring Republican senatorial candidates in the South with him? That had been the hope of the GOP, but the answer is tonight that he will not. And just for the next moment or two, we'll take a look at the southern senatorial races beginning in Alabama. There, the 5-term incumbent, John Sparkman, the Democrat, has won re-election. Overwhelming Winton Blunt, 62%, 36%. John LaFleur, the black candidate from Mobile, about 2%. In Georgia, that seat is remaining Democratic. That's the old Richard Russell seat, and State Representative Sam Nunn from south of Atlanta has defeated Fletcher Thompson, who was a Republican congressman, got an awful lot of help from the administration, but tonight didn't make it. In Kentucky, there, a Republican seat for the last 18 years, tonight apparently has gone Democratic. That was the John Sherman Cooper seat. Louis Nunn, the ex-Republican governor, working for it, but Walter Huddleston, state Democratic majority leader, apparently has defeated Mr. Nunn. In North Carolina, our returns are not substantial, but that is another very close race. That's for the seat vacated by B. Everett Jordan, who was defeated by Nick Galifianakis, the Democrat from Durham, former congressman. He's opposed by conservative television commentator Jesse Helms from Raleigh. In South Carolina, Strom Thurmond is expected to be reelected easily. He is opposed by Nick Ziegler, a Harvard graduate, who the other day was endorsed by George Wallace. But that is, if Strom Thurmond loses tonight, it will be about like George McGovern winning. That's what the chances would be there. And in Tennessee, Howard Baker, the Republican, has been reelected. And in Virginia, we have a very tight race between Republican Congressman William Scott from Northern Virginia against Senator William Spong, the Democratic incumbent. The returns still are not large, and that is too close to call. So, Walter, just the last line is the Republicans will not get control of the Senate.
Let's go now to the Middle West, where we can get more on that race. And Dan Rather can tell us about the surprisingly large margin of Nixon's victory in Illinois.
A few scattered returns in the vote tabulation, the actual votes in. But our CBS News estimate in that Illinois governor's race is that the incumbent Republican governor, Richard Ogilvie, who was thought to be in some trouble behind Daniel Walker, the Democratic challenger, our CBS News estimate is that Ogilvie is leading with about 54% of the vote. Now, we're not prepared to say definitely that Ogilvie has beaten Walker, but if that holds up anywhere near that percentage, it's fair to say that the dimensions of the Nixon victory in Illinois, running close, if not indeed taking the city of Chicago, Nixon taking Cook County, was enough to bring in Richard Ogilvie. The only areas in the whole state of Illinois, Walter, that where George McGovern has run anywhere close to ahead, he's been ahead in some of the black districts. He's been ahead in some of the very low-income districts. That's the dimension of it for the moment. Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, as we say, a kind of political doomsday machine operating for the moment. The races we need to watch in terms of continuing interest for the evening now. Michigan, we have only a few scattered returns in there. A very close Senate race expected between the Republican incumbent Griffin and Frank Kelly, the Democratic challenger. For the moment, the Midwest looks Republican.
Dan, have you got anything yet on State's Attorney Ed Hanrahan's race, which would give us some indication of how well the Daily machine is operated in Chicago?
Exactly. For political science aficionados, that's the race to watch. Bernard Carey, the Republican, trying for the State's Attorney's office at Cook County. Edward Hanrahan, the incumbent, in the Daily Man. The Daily machine went in operation for George McGovern primarily to get Edward Hanrahan elected. Now, we don't have enough returns to even talk knowingly about how that race is going because they count those votes late. But with the dimensions of the Nixon victory in the Cook County area, it could well be that Hanrahan's in trouble, and if he is, that's real trouble for the machine. Walter, also, I'm just told that we have the first incumbent, Democratic incumbent in the Midwest in the House, defeated. Incumbent Democrat Andrew Jacobs in Indiana's 11th district apparently has been beaten by the Republican challenger William Hudnut, and I think it's fair to say that that's a coattail effect. Jacobs' district he had been redistricted, and he was thought to be in some difficulty, but the dimensions of the Nixon victory in Indiana were so large as to send Democrat Congressman Andrew Jacobs down to defeat.
That knocks one of the liberals out of the House leadership structure. I mean, he was down the ladder away, but he was in that group.
And it may be, Walter, as we mentioned before, that there'll be some other Democrats in Indiana go down.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. The worst beating ever taken by a Republican presidential candidate or any presidential candidate in the last 135 or 40 years was that administered to Alf Landon in the 1936 presidential race by Franklin Delano Roosevelt running in his first re-election campaign. That's as far as electoral vote goes, because Alf Landon carried just 2 states, Maine and Vermont, with a total of 8 electoral votes. Tonight, so far, Senator McGovern has no electoral votes to 150 for President Nixon. And earlier today, Alf Landon voted out in Topeka, Kansas, and he said right out loud there that he certainly hoped Nixon erased his record for losing and administered an even greater defeat to Senator McGovern tonight, which would mean something less than 8 electoral votes. At the Nixon headquarters in Washington's Shoreham Hotel, Dan Shore and Michelle Clark are with the president's campaign director, Clark McGregor.
The first thing that we must report to you is that tonight, in about 3 hours from now, between 11:15 and 11:30, President Nixon and Vice President Agnew will be here to take part in the celebration of the Republican workers. As I understand it, they will be here whether or not Senator McGovern has conceded by that time. It's some question as to whether a concession from Senator McGovern at this point is even necessary. The fact of a landslide is there. What remains only to be determined are the dimensions of that landslide. Clark McGregor, who took over this campaign from John Mitchell, has been poring over figures with a big smile on his face and wants to give us some idea of what this landslide means.
Well, one of the things that's very encouraging to us is the pattern of voting in the city of Cleveland and in Cuyahoga County, the area around the city of Cleveland, including the city. Mayor Ralph Perk has been on the phone to me, and Cleveland in many ways and its immediate suburbs is a microcosm of urban America, and it's going for the president by more than 60%, which is better than any of us had hoped, and it does indicate a strong vote of confidence in the president's leadership, which means a great deal to the president in terms of his capacity for accomplishment in the next 4 years.
Mr. McGregor, earlier today, Herb Klein said 48 states, but he was still questioning Massachusetts and West Virginia. Walter has given indications already that West Virginia may very well make it 49. How many states do you think the president will win in terms of electoral votes?
We have a lot of states to hear from in the mountain states and the West Coast, but the president's support has been fairly uniform nationwide, and it does appear to me as though the president will win 49 states. Polls in Massachusetts just closed 20 minutes ago. We won't get meaningful returns from Massachusetts for 10 or 15 minutes. I think it would be almost impossible for the president to carry Massachusetts, but he might do it.
Mr. McGregor, one of the questions before has been what kind of President Nixon will be if he gets this landslide vote of confidence you've been talking about. What do you think?
I don't think that you can describe the second Nixon presidency in ideological terms. I think you'll find it's more pragmatic, it's problem solving. I think he'll be free to, with a strong vote of support that he's received, to look at the various options, pick out a solution that really works, and affect change that works. The president's favorite phrase in terms of progressive or constructive change is change that works. And I think you'll see that applied to every problem.
Will there be more emphasis on domestic issues than foreign policy? That's one of the things that's been speculated.
Not necessarily, but he'll be more effective in his domestic policy leadership because the Congress will be more responsive to his initiatives.
Park, while the victory for the president seems clear, it does not seem as though the Republicans are going to win Congress. Will there be an effort to get some of the Democratic senators, say, to switch in order to be able to organize the Senate?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think a lot of them are going to feel uncomfortable when their states have gone 3 or 4 or 5 to 1 for Richard Nixon.
The fact of a landslide is there. What remains only to be determined are the dimensions of that landslide. Clark McGregor, who took over this campaign from John Mitchell, has been poring over figures with a big smile on his face and wants to give us some idea of what this landslide means.
Well, one of the things that's very encouraging to us is the pattern of voting in the city of Cleveland and in Cuyahoga County, the area around the city of Cleveland, including the city. Mayor Ralph Perk has been on the phone to me, and Cleveland in many ways and its immediate suburbs is a microcosm of urban America, and it's going for the president by more than 60%, which is better than any of us had hoped, and it does indicate a strong vote of confidence in the president's leadership, which means a great deal to the president in terms of his capacity for accomplishment in the next 4 years.
Mr. McGregor, earlier today, Herb Klein said 48 states, but he was still questioning Massachusetts and West Virginia. Walter has given indications already that West Virginia may very well make it 49. How many states do you think the president will win in terms of electoral votes?
We have a lot of states to hear from in the mountain states and the West Coast, but the president's support has been fairly uniform nationwide, and it does appear to me as though the president will win 49 states. Polls in Massachusetts just closed 20 minutes ago. We won't get meaningful returns from Massachusetts for 10 or 15 minutes. I think it would be almost impossible for the president to carry Massachusetts, but he might do it.
Mr. McGregor, one of the questions before has been what kind of President Nixon will be if he gets this landslide vote of confidence you've been talking about. What do you think?
I don't think that you can describe the second Nixon presidency in ideological terms. I think you'll find it's more pragmatic, it's problem solving. I think he'll be free to, with a strong vote of support that he's received, to look at the various options, pick out a solution that really works, and affect change that works. The president's favorite phrase in terms of progressive or constructive change is change that works. And I think you'll see that applied to every problem.
Will there be more emphasis on domestic issues than foreign policy? That's one of the things that's been speculated.
Not necessarily, but he'll be more effective in his domestic policy leadership because the Congress will be more responsive to his initiatives.
Park, while the victory for the president seems clear, it does not seem as though the Republicans are going to win Congress. Will there be an effort to get some of the Democratic senators, say, to switch in order to be able to organize the Senate?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think a lot of them are going to feel uncomfortable when their states have gone 3 or 4 or 5 to 1 for Richard Nixon.
Okay.
Dan, it could happen.
Dan and Michelle, I'm afraid I have to take it away from you now.
CBS News coverage of Election 72. Tonight, the latest returns. This broadcast is sponsored by the 1,700 J.C. Penney stores and catalog. We know what you're looking for. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good evening again. Some or all of the polls have closed now in some 31 of the states, and President Nixon is well on the way toward the predicted landslide re-election. At the present trend, it would be a record landslide for the Republican president. But so far, there's no signs that his coattails are pulling enough Republicans into the Senate and the House to give him control there. In fact, the early indications point to the contrary. On the basis of returns from sample precincts, CBS News estimates that President Nixon has defeated Senator McGovern in 14 states so far, and we've just been able to say that those include New Jersey. He's going to get about 62% of the vote there when all the votes are counted, we believe, and it includes also Connecticut. And that has been a solidly Democratic state for many, many years. Nixon has never won Connecticut before, but this year it looks like he'll win it when those landslide proportions of around 60% of the vote and 40% for Senator McGovern when all of the votes are counted. The popular vote at the moment, the president with 8% of the votes counted in the country has won 3,596,000 of them, and McGovern 1,726,000. The percentages have been holding just about like that all evening. 67% for the president, 32% for McGovern. The record in popular vote before was that established by President Johnson in 1964. And his victory over Senator Goldwater was 61.1% of the vote. So it looks like President Nixon is well on his way toward a record landslide tonight. Also, he has won all of the states counted so far for a total of 175 electoral votes. He's within 95 of the 270 electoral votes he needs to win. And these are the states that he has won so far, you see in our crawl. Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Ohio, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Virginia, Illinois, Vermont, West Virginia, South Carolina, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Those are the states that are in President Nixon's column as to this point of this evening. He has won in two of the big states that Senator McGovern said that he needed, and more than that, in three of the big states that Senator McGovern said that he needed and where he'd campaigned heavily. He's won in Illinois and Ohio and New Jersey, and he's taking the South absolutely solidly as of this hour on this election night. We've tabulated answers from some 8,200 voters CBS News questioned as they left the polls today. As of the middle of the day, our figure showed something like this of those people we questioned. About 10% of the 8,200 were blacks, and we found that the black vote was going 4-1 for McGovern. The jobless voters in those same surveys were going 50 to 47 for McGovern, and not a very large margin there for McGovern, who had based a lot of his appeal on the underprivileged and the jobless in the country. But in most other categories, it certainly looks like a Nixon sweep. Among the whites, the old people, even the youth, they're not going heavily for McGovern. According to our survey, that was running only a couple of percentage points in favor of Senator McGovern. It was an area where he had hoped to win very large indeed. Blue-collar voters, 16% of our sample, went 57 to 40 for the president. White-collar voters, 1/3 of our sample, lined up exactly 2-1 for the president. Mr. Nixon was winning the over 65 vote in our survey by more than 2-1. The Catholic vote so far stacking up 56% to 43% for Nixon, and that had always been a heavy Democratic area for the last 44 years at any rate. President Nixon is losing, however, the Jewish vote, according to our sample at the polling booths, among voters we sampled, and by a margin of almost 2-1. At one time early on in the campaign, it was thought that Senator McGovern was in trouble with the Jewish voters, but apparently they have come back to the Democratic Party in recent weeks. We now can add Maryland to President Nixon's list of states won, and that gives President Nixon 185 of the electoral votes needed toward the 270. Rather, that figure should be 212. Excuse me, I did not add Maryland in.
with Maryland in. It's 212 votes now for President Nixon. He is not very far away from the 270 he needs for election to his second term. A man who won his first term with not even a majority of the votes, looks like he's going into his second term with a popular majority heavier than any man in American history, excepting only George Washington in the two terms he ran as our first president. In the Senate, however, there have been no changes as yet so far. The coattail effect of President Nixon doesn't seem to be that broad, that long. There have been 5 Republicans elected so far and 3 Democrats. It looks like the makeup of the Senate, if this trend continues across the country, will be about what it was before. The Republicans will not pick up the 5 votes they need to gain control of the Senate. Much the same is happening with some very scattered returns in the House so far. And now another one of those big states has fallen to President Nixon. It is Pennsylvania, and with a very high majority for President Nixon, 62 to 38 for the president. Pennsylvania. Those votes from Pennsylvania now go into the president's column. There are 27 of them. That'll give him 239 toward the 270 needed. He is only 31 votes away from re-election. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. The 8th of the once solid southern states has now gone for President Nixon. According to our CBS News estimate, Mississippi can be put in President Nixon's column. Strom Thurmond, who once ran as the presidential candidate on the states' rights ticket in 1948, which may have started the Republican landslide toward the Republicans of this year, has won his Senate race for re-election to a 4th term in South Carolina. And President Nixon has won Kansas, as expected, but with a very high majority, 69% to 31% for McGovern. That's the 18th state that President Nixon has won. His electoral vote is mounting very close to the 270 he needs for re-election. Let's go now to the east, and Mike Wallace.
Kent.
Mike, I called upon you.
Forgive me, Walter. Let's take a look at what has happened in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Connecticut in those presidential races, and we'll begin to understand the dimensions of the president's sweep in the Northeast, where, as I said a little bit earlier, his high point has been 27 electoral votes up to now. Just in those 3 states, he takes something over 42 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, first of all. You can see that only 2% of precincts are reporting, according to the tabulated vote, 45,000 to 24,000. But CBS News estimates that when all the votes are in Pennsylvania, the president will have won by a whopping 62% over McGovern's 38%, and his coattails are bound to make some difference in congressional races in that state. There is no senatorial or gubernatorial race there. Let's go to New Jersey. With 15% of the precincts reporting, 150,000 to 75,000 odd. But when all the votes are in, CBS News estimates that in New Jersey, 62% for Richard Nixon, 38% for George McGovern. And there are 2 congressional seats in particular, those of Congressman Helstosky and Congressman Howard, Democratic congressmen who are in serious trouble, obviously, in New Jersey. And finally, in Connecticut. Connecticut is bound to be one of the most democratic states in the nation. John Kennedy took it over Richard Nixon with 54% of the vote. Lyndon Johnson won it with 68% of the vote. Hubert Humphrey took 50% of the vote last time around, with George Wallace getting 6%. With 12% of the precincts reporting at 62,000 to 47,000, but CBS News estimates that when all the votes are in, it'll be a 60-40 win in Connecticut for President Nixon, and no one had suggested that it was going to be that big. Now let's take a look at how those votes are being put together. Let's start with Connecticut, where we just were. In high Democratic areas, the president is running 23 points ahead of his run against Hubert Humphrey. In moderate Democratic areas, he's running 25 points ahead of last time. In blue-collar areas, 26% ahead. In white-collar areas, 16%. Now, Connecticut is a ethnic state, labor state, blue-collar state, Catholic state. Mr. Nixon is obviously running well ahead of where he was 4 years ago in all of those, with all of those groups. The same thing is true with Pennsylvania. In moderately Democratic areas in Pennsylvania, he's running 25 points ahead of last time. High Democratic areas, 8 points ahead. Low income, 12 ahead. Mid-income, 14 ahead. Blue collar, 17 ahead. White collar, 10 points ahead. And of course, the same thing is true in New Jersey. He won New Jersey the last time around. Incidentally, in New Jersey, CBS News estimates that Clifford Case has been returned to the Senate. No surprise there, with something over 60% of the vote against Paul Krebs. Incidentally, on that one, Paul Krebs was at one time president of the CIO in New Jersey, and yet the state AFL-CIO endorsed Clifford Case this time around. There is only one place in the East up to now where the president's coattails perhaps are not working as well as they had been expected to. No, wait a moment. They are. In the gubernatorial race in West Virginia, CBS News now estimates that Governor Arch Moore will be returned to the State House, and Jay Rockefeller's bid to take that State House away from him evidently has gone down to defeat. The man they call the palace populist, some of them, he was called a carpetbagger by some other of his detractors. It was suggested that after only 4 years as Secretary of State there, and 2 years prior to that in the House, in the Assembly in West Virginia, perhaps the young Jay Rockefeller was taking on more of a contest than he ought to run for governor at the age of 35. He spent $1.5 million. The national press was down there looking at him. Arch Moore spent about $500,000. And as you see, when the votes are in, according to CBS News estimate, perhaps on the coattails of President Nixon, Arch Moore will be returned with 55% of the vote to Jay Rockefeller's 45% in West Virginia. Walter?
What'll that do you think, to Jay Rockefeller's political future, Mike?
Well, he's building a house down there, which somebody said costs about $350,000. He has indicated, Mrs. Rockefeller, Sharon Percy, Chuck Percy's daughter, has indicated they intend to, I think she said, we're going to live and die in West Virginia. So obviously he's going to go out and try again.
That's one of the stories, of course, of any election year, is what happens to those young men who are coming up. Those who manage to buck a landslide and still win out, to defy the coattail effect, always will be looked at most favorably as the politicians look to the future of their party. In this case, it'll be the Democratic Party that'll be looking to those who defied the landslide. By the same token, those on the Republican side will have to show great pulling strength to keep up with the front of the ticket, President Nixon, in other words. And as Dan Rather pointed out to you earlier, this could have an effect in Illinois, where Senator Percy has high hopes for 1976, but didn't lead the ticket in Illinois. He ended up, it looks like, according to our CBS News estimate, will end up without quite the percentage that the president is taking Illinois. Dan, you've got a couple of calls in the Middle West, I think, on our VPA estimate, if you'd like to come in with them right now.
Well, indeed, Walter, Kansas, CBS News estimates, has gone for President Nixon, and we have results in several other races in Kansas, so let's take a look at it all the way through. First, the votes that are actually in and tabulated in the state of Kansas. Not that many of them in at the moment. Our CBS News boards with 2% of the precincts reporting President Nixon running almost 3-to-1 ahead of George McGovern, but our CBS News estimate in Kansas is that the president's final margin may be on the order of 69%, and we estimate that President Nixon has carried Kansas. Of course, Kansas is one of the most rock-ribbed Republican states anywhere, if not the most rock-ribbed Republican state. In the senatorial race in Kansas, a winner there, Senator James Pearson, to the surprise of no one, running very well ahead of Arch Tetzlaff, the one-time member of the German Luftwaffe, now a naturalized American citizen. Our CBS News estimate is that Senator Pearson not only has been reelected in Kansas, but he's been reelected by a margin approaching 72%, and he may be one of the few Republican senators anywhere to run ahead of President Nixon this time. In the Kansas governor's race, a race that few people thought could be close, Governor Robert Docking running well ahead with 2% of the precincts reporting in the tabulated vote. Our CBS News estimate is in the Kansas gubernatorial race that Governor Docking's final winning margin may be in the order of 62%. Now, Docking is a Democrat. This is be his 4th consecutive term. He's running against the nationwide trend, of course, but Docking is known in Kansas as a super conservative, although he is a Democrat, and our CBS News estimate is that Governor Docking has been reelected. Now, we don't have enough in the Illinois governor's race, which is expected to be one of the closest races anywhere in the country, to make a lot out of it as yet. The figures as of the moment in the Illinois governor's race, this is the one between the incumbent Republican Governor Richard Ogilvie and Daniel Walker, the Democratic challenger. It could be close. Illinois is a landslide for Nixon, and Governor Ogilvie was hoping to grab the Nixon coattails enough to beat Daniel Walker, but with 2% of the precincts in and reporting, most of these in and around Cook County, Daniel Walker out ahead of Governor Ogilvie. Our CBS News estimate in Illinois is that there's no trend as yet. So that'll be one to watch, Walter, that Illinois governor's race, because the incumbent Republican governor in Illinois could be in trouble despite the Nixon landslide if the present, well, it's too early to say a trend, but he could be in trouble there. Very quickly in Michigan, not enough of the actual vote in and tabulated to even talk about, but our CBS News estimate is that President Nixon has a significant lead in Michigan, leading by about 66%. Now, quickly jumping to Missouri, CBS News estimates that Richard Nixon has carried the state of Missouri. These are the actual figures, but the CBS News estimate is this. We estimate that President Nixon's final winning total in Missouri may be on the order of 62%. Now, what that could mean in Missouri, there is a very close, what was expected to be a very close gubernatorial race there between Christopher Kit Bond, the 33-year-old Republican state auditor, and Edward Dowd, a former FBI man, the Democrat. If President Nixon's coattails hold up in Missouri, if his winning margin is on the order of 62%, that means that he probably will carry in with him in Missouri a Republican governor. Walter, if you're feeling low tonight or know anyone who is, you might tell them about 19-year-old Scott Deblow. He hitchhiked all the way from Jackson, Wyoming to Rochester, Minnesota to cast a vote in person for George McGovern when he found out it was too late to cast an absentee ballot. And I have an idea that while we can applaud young Mr. Deblow's persistence in getting his vote in, that he may feel that it's an awful long ride back to Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
He did a little better than an elderly lady up in New Hampshire who showed up at the polls to be told she was dead. They checked the registration rolls. They said, "I'm sorry, you died."
Well, that's the reverse of what sometimes happens in South Texas and in Chicago, isn't it, when dead people manage to vote?
Yeah, and maybe, yes.
Walter, you may also be interested to know that John Ashbrook has been reelected in Ohio in what some thought might be a closer congressional race than that. The president's coattails appear to be holding up very well in some of those Ohio congressional races.
And 3 more states now have gone into President Nixon's column, according to our estimates here, based on the precinct, the sample precincts. They are Delaware, Oklahoma, and North Carolina. And now a 4th, North Dakota, which puts the president within a couple of electoral votes of those necessary to win. He is very close to a victory for his 2nd term, according to our CBS News estimates. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. And according to our CBS News estimate, President Nixon has been reelected. He has gone over the top with Michigan's 21 electoral votes for a total of 286. He needed 270, so President Nixon has been reelected according to our CBS News estimate. And let's go now to the Republican headquarters at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington. That's the scene at the Shoreham Hotel, the Republican National Headquarters. And they don't seem to have gotten the word there yet. Maybe they weren't listening, or perhaps they already have been so assured of victory tonight that the announcement from us that our sample precincts put the president over hardly count. At any rate, that's what we say. We'll be back shortly with more results from Election Night 72, but first the latest from our local stations on the races in your area.
CBS News coverage of Elections 72. Tonight, the latest returns. This broadcast is sponsored by Allstate Insurance Companies. You're in good hands with Allstate. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Well, good evening again. President Nixon has won re-election. Even though votes are still being cast in 10 states, CBS News estimates on the basis of our selected precincts that Mr. Nixon has 312 electoral votes, considerably more than the 270 he needed for re-election. We estimate that the president has carried now 26 states. We have just added Texas to that list, and by a whopping margin of 70% to 30% for Senator McGovern. As a matter of fact, at this point, Senator McGovern, according to our selected precincts, has a close race going in only his home state of South Dakota. In all the other states in which we have selected precinct reports so far, President Nixon is leading. It seems to be a margin building to an all-time record landslide. Senator McGovern has yet to win a single state. There are no electoral votes in his column. In the tabulated popular vote, it looks like this: 6,209,000 for the president, 3,137,000 for Senator McGovern. The president dropped a little bit in the percentages as these figures have been tabulated and got up to that 12% of the precincts in so far. He's down now to 66% to 33 for Senator McGovern, exactly a 2-to-1 margin. John Schmitz, the American Independent Party candidate, that was the ticket on which George Wallace ran in 1968, has just around 1% of the votes so far, 114,000 votes. The states that the president has won so far include all but 2 of the 13 in the once solid Democratic South. The 2 states that we have no reports on yet are Arkansas and Louisiana, but the president has won Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia, and all of them by very sizable majorities, too. None of them under 65%, most of them over 70%. He has won in the Middle West, Illinois and Indiana, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, North Dakota, Ohio. In the East, he's won Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and West Virginia. None of the western states are in yet, and that gives us an opportunity again to remind you that while these sample precincts and the fast returns provided to us by the News Election Service that is a joint effort that provides all of the networks and the press services now, those fast returns plus our selected precincts enable us to tell you that the president has won election with an overwhelming majority, it would appear. We must remind you that polls are open in 10 states yet, will be for some time, that there are still Senate and gubernatorial races that will count out there. The margin of the president's victory is an important matter. There are 7,000 state legislators to be elected across the country tonight, 500,000 local offices all the way from mayor to dog catcher, and a lot of important issues on the ballot, bond issues and other matters on the ballots in these states. So it is important to get out and vote, regardless of the fact that we are able now to share with you the kind of knowledge that in the past only a few old pals sitting around in those back rooms with the cigar smoke heavy and the little black books were able to do. That's all we do with this vote profile analysis, is to tell you what they used to know only to themselves, that with a certain number of votes in from a certain number of precincts, they knew who was going to win. Well, now you know as much as they used to know alone. In the Senate, the importance has been there whether President Nixon could pull in at least 5 extra Republican senators in order to give him a majority in the Senate. Here is who has won so far in the Senate. You see that list as they roll by there just at that moment. We just added onto that list West Virginia's Randolph and Kentucky's Huddleston. I thought we had them before, but I guess we just put them on the list. There they are again. Those are the Republicans who have won, but they have not taken any seats yet from the Democrats. The Democrats have not taken any seats from the Republicans yet.
And so far it looks like the Senate will be made up of about the same proportion as at the moment, with the Democrats with a 5-vote majority. In the House races, they're going much the same way so far, although we don't have enough races in yet to give you a clear indication of that. In the House, with 435 seats up, that's all the House voting seats. The Republicans have won 32 so far, and the Democrats 81. The Republicans need to pick up 39 seats in the House in order to win a majority there. For a reaction to President Nixon's huge win tonight, Michelle Clark and Dan Shore with the presidential counselor Robert Finch.
It's kind of fitting in a way that at the moment that the word has come here that the president in projections is over the top, the man who should be sitting with us is probably President Nixon's oldest friend in politics, the man who ran his unsuccessful 1960 campaign, has just flown in with the president, who will be here later tonight, Bob Finch, former Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. So Finch, as you traveled with the president, what was he expecting and what was his mood?
Well, let me just describe what was happening on the plane. Unlike, say, 1968, Dan, when the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, everyone on Air Force One was relaxed, optimistic, and it was just a different world.
Were there predictions being made?
No, there wasn't even.
You can tell now.
You know, ordinarily you have bets about what will the margin be, and it's not that kind of thing at all.
You mean nobody said 48, 49, 50 states?
Well, we'd all pretty well weighed in with our votes. Our expectations, 48 states, was my prediction, Herb Klein's prediction, and others, and I think we'll stand by that.
Did he speculate at all as to what this kind of landslide victory would mean?
No.
How did this differ for you from 1960?
Well, of course, in all history, the early returns from New England, which was Kennedy's home bailiwick, showed strong margins for him, and I think the commentators were predicting a Kennedy sweep. But as the further west we came, it became obvious it was going to be a closer and closer election. And of course, it wasn't until the following morning that the very, very close nature of it finally became apparent. Less than one vote per precinct. So that was a real cliffhanger, and a great deal of anguish and emotion was involved in that.
Do these results tonight pretty well settle it that you'll be running in California for office yourself on these very long coattails?
This didn't decide that, but I will certainly go back and look at governor and senator. But I think what the president has done here gives the Republicans an enormous opportunity. If we can, his leadership and the way he tried to carry the issues forward, and it was his plan, it was his leadership. Now it's a question of whether the party can measure up to what he's
offering. As you were saying, governor or senator?
I have to go back and talk to a lot of people, including my wife, and I'm going to...
But there's no question that 2 years from now you will be running for office in California.
The probabilities are good.
President Finch?
Can you tell us...
Walter?
I wonder, do you have any theory as to why, with such an overwhelming victory for President Nixon, there don't seem to be... he doesn't seem to be carrying along a lot of the senatorial candidates?
Well, it's a complicated thing, who gerrymandered the districts and so on, but I believe that because the foreign policy issue is very overriding in this, and that is uniquely in the hands of the president, and people have confidence in his ability, his understanding of this globe, that weighed very heavily, and they don't attach the same importance with regard to the Congress, or obviously the state houses, or even the Senate, which does have the function of ratifying treaties.
Did the president shortchange the Republican Party in amassing a coalition around himself?
In no way. All of us as surrogates, as cabinet members, were out campaigning. His family was out. He took pictures with all the candidates, wrote letters. He did everything a man could do and still do the job as president. And because he's had a very heavy burden to carry with the Vietnam negotiations and everything else. I think that's it.
The Dan
here, Walter, is that they just flashed on the screen that CBS says they've won New York.
Dan, they got the word kind of late down there.
Yeah, it was just up on the board, Walter, that
the reason for all
President
the cheering,
won
as I was
New York.
saying,
That's
Walter,
what the reaction
they
is
have
about.
a screen here where they pick up news from the networks, and they just happen to pick up on CBS that President Nixon has won New York, which has somehow resulted in the loudest cheer we have yet heard here tonight. As you know, the President and Vice President Agnew will be here themselves in a couple of hours to join this celebration.
Dan, I'm afraid they didn't get that from New York. We haven't yet, from CBS, we haven't yet said that New York has been won by President Nixon, but if they want to go along on that basis, perhaps they can.
Well, what they're saying exactly, if I can read it to you, is President Nixon wins New York, CBS says.
Well, all right. Let them live in the happiness of having won New York from CBS. We're still counting votes and sampling our sample precincts in New York. There's no question that President Nixon is winning an overwhelming victory across the nation, though, and adding New York will just be that much lagniappe, as we used to say in New Orleans, for the Republicans and President Nixon. We can say that I should have said a moment ago, let me correct something I kind of booted around there in that fast rundown of the Senate races won. The Democrats have picked up a Senate race in Kentucky. Walter D. Huddleston defeated the former Governor Louis Nunn in Kentucky, according to our CBS News estimate. A very close race there, 51% to 49 we think the final vote will be, and that takes away the Republican seat that was held by John Sherman Cooper. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. The Democrats also have picked up a state house in Delaware where the Republican governor had retired. Democrat Sherman Tribbett have defeated the Republican candidate Russell Peterson. By our CBS News estimate, the final figure will be 54% for Tribbett, 46% for Peterson. For a reaction now to President Nixon's victory, Bruce Morton is at Senator McGovern's headquarters at the Coliseum in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Walter, I don't think most of this crowd here has heard the news yet. It's taken them a long time to get in. Everyone's had to be searched by the Secret Service at the door. And once in, there's a lot more noise from the crowd than from the relatively few television sets scattered about here. This is really more like a picnic or a church social than an election night party. From the McGovern staff point of view, though, although a number of them are in Washington tonight, the really surprising news didn't come with those early calls. They never expected to win Georgia or Alabama. The really surprising things have come in, for example, some of those big eastern and middle western states. States where McGovern really campaigned hard. He went to Illinois, I think, something like a dozen times. Went to Ohio so often that one man on the press plane told a Cleveland reporter once he ought to lead a story for the third consecutive day George McGovern did not campaign here. He really worked those states, and he's lost those. Not just lost them, but by big margins, things like 60-40 splits. That is the kind of thing the campaign had not expected. They thought they'd at least run closely there. McGovern himself is not here yet. I don't know just when he will be, but my colleague Bob Schieffer is at the hotel where the senator is staying. Bob?
Bruce, as you and I both know, having observed Senator McGovern for the last 3 or 4 days, he's had a certain air of serenity about him, and apparently that air of serenity continues. I'm told by 3 sources in the McGovern camp that the senator went to sleep some time ago. So he may not well be aware of the CBS estimate declaring President Nixon has won re-election. We'll find out later for sure if that's so, but it is in line with what Press Secretary Dick Doherty told us earlier this evening. He said that the senator planned to eat a steak and then planned to take a nap through the evening. The only reaction by Senator McGovern came somewhat earlier this evening from George Cunningham, kind of an indirect reaction. Cunningham, his administrative assistant in his Senate office, asked what his comment was. He said, "What is there to say? We just have to sit and watch." He said, "We'll watch Pennsylvania and New York. If they are bad, then things may be a little wicked." Very little activity, actually, here at the hotel. Only about 100 people here. They rented a hall just over the way there for a celebration. Nobody in the hall. About the only activity here and the only crowd gathered here gathered just right around us when the TV lights were turned on and people came out to see what was going on. So that's about the situation here, Walter.
Well, the Senate races have just balanced out with our CBS News estimate from Oklahoma that the Republican candidate there has taken the seat that had been held by the retiring Senator Fred Harris, a Democrat. So the Democrats have won one Republican seat from the Republicans. The Republicans have won one from the Democrats. Let's get more on those southern races now from Roger Mudd.
Walter, with the Oklahoma race apparently decided, it would mean that the GOP has picked up, made a net gain of 2 Senate seats in the South. But of course, that is far short of what the Republican Party needs for control. Just looking at our southern map, we can see that only one state is now out, and that is Louisiana. The polls are closed there, or will be closing soon. As yet, there is no trend in Louisiana. The president has won 11 states in the South. He is leading in Arkansas. No trend from Louisiana.
Roger, may I interrupt just for a moment? Massachusetts, another one of the big states, one that it was thought that Senator McGovern had a chance to win. He has indeed won. According to our VPA estimate, Senator McGovern will come out in Massachusetts with about 54% of the vote to President Nixon's 46% of the vote. And that is the first electoral vote to drop to Senator McGovern. It also means with those 14 votes in Massachusetts that the Alf Landon defeat of 1946 or 1936 will not be exceeded by McGovern tonight.
Well, that's small consolation, isn't it? Because for the first time since 1956, a Republican has now carried Texas, and you can't imagine what that means to the Republican Party. Kennedy carried it in 60, Johnson carried it in 64, and it was the only southern state in 1968 which Hubert Humphrey carried. Those are 26 electoral votes from Texas. The president himself made 2 trips to Texas to visit John Connally on the former Treasury Secretary's ranch, and of course Connally himself headed Democrats for Nixon. So after about 15 years, Texas has again gone Republican. In the Mississippi presidential race, our vote profile analysis shows that the president has won there 77 to 23. The popular vote shows the president 72,000 to George McGovern's 18,000. In the Oklahoma presidential race, the winner there, President Nixon, 78% to 22%. The popular vote, 20% of it in, showing the president 181,000. That is a 78% margin over George McGovern. In the North Carolina presidential race, 13 electoral votes. President Nixon there is the winner. Our vote profile analysis shows he will win by 73%. And in the Kentucky senatorial race, there the GOP has dropped a seat. Dropped it to Walter Huddleston, 515,000 to Louis Nunn's 475,000. At the last week of the campaign, the president got a call for help from Louis Nunn. The president went into Ashland, but it apparently has not brought that much benefit to Louis Nunn. In the Virginia Senate race, incumbent Democrat William Spong has got trouble. With 34% of the vote in, he is trailing Republican William Scott by about 15,000 votes.
Roger?
Yes, sir.
We can now put New York in President Nixon's column. 59% of the vote to McGovern's 41%. And that takes a usually solid Democratic state on the presidential races at any rate into the Republican column for the first time in a long time.
We can go back to the cheering then in Washington, and it will be authentic. And finally, just to clean up this southern report, in Oklahoma, as you reported earlier, the retiring Fred Harris, holding a Democratic seat, has yielded to Ed Edmonston, who is now apparently lost to Dewey Bartlett. So the southern net gain is 2 for the Republicans.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. Roger, how do you get those?
CBS News coverage of Elections 72. Tonight, the latest returns. This broadcast is sponsored by the 1,700 J.C. Penney stores and catalog. We know what you're looking for. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
President Nixon is well on his way to a popular landslide tonight, even outpacing the margin by which President Johnson defeated Senator Goldwater in 1964. The popular vote now, with 17% of the vote counted. President Nixon has almost 9 million votes. George McGovern about a little over 4.5 million votes, and the percentages are still holding for the president at 65 to 34 at this point. President Johnson, who had the record victory in 64, got 61 1/10% of the vote that year. President Nixon, according to our CBS News estimates, has won handily. We have him having won a total of 30 states now so far, with a total of 363 electoral votes. Senator McGovern, we believe, has won one state with 14 electoral votes, and that is Massachusetts. He has carried Massachusetts. It is a very close race in his native state of South Dakota, and there our indications are, with our first sample precincts in, that the Republican ticket, President Nixon and Vice President Agnew, is leading the McGovern-Shriver ticket in South Dakota. Arkansas and New Mexico, we just put on our list among those 30 states that President Nixon has won, according to our CBS News estimate. And now we have an estimate for the Senate of the United States at this point, not an estimate here, the CBS News calculation that the Republicans have now won 8 seats, the Democrats 4, and the Republicans have just picked up a second seat in the South. That seat that had been held by Senator Jordan, who was defeated in a primary, has been won by the Republican candidate Helms. He defeated Galifianakis, the Democrat, 54 to 46%. According to our CBS News estimate, that will be the total when all the votes are counted down there. In Texas, Senator Tower has won his fight for re-election. It was thought it might be very close there this year, although former Governor Connolly had headed up Democrats for Nixon. He had endorsed the Democratic ticket in Texas. It was thought that that might help carry Barefoot Sanders to a victory. According to our CBS News estimate, it did not. And the coattail effect, where President Nixon is expected to win by 70% in Texas, apparently has helped carry Senator Tower in. We have no estimate of that percentage as yet. In Arkansas, the Democratic Governor Bumpers has won re-election by a very handy 77% margin. We can now put Wisconsin in President Nixon's column. That was a state where Senator McGovern began his drive for the nomination with his first big victory, and where his forces were very well organized. He had hoped that he might take Wisconsin. It's one of the states that the Republicans thought he might very well take. But he has lost it, according to a CBS News estimate, 56% to 44%. Let's take a look now at the House races. We have been able to say so far that Republicans have won 39 seats and the Democrats 95. But more important is our estimate of the way those races in the House will come out. We estimate that the Republicans will win 194. That will be a pickup for the Republicans of 15 seats, but not enough to gain control of the next Congress in the House of Representatives. The Democrats, we estimate, will win 241 seats. And that will be enough to organize the House of Representatives by a very comfortable margin for the Democrats. And now this accounts for a possible 13 seats one way or the other. But even if those 13 seats all went for the Republicans, the House would still go to the Democrats, according to our calculations. We can now say, on the basis of our sample precincts from South Dakota, that Senator McGovern has not won his home state, that President Nixon will win South Dakota when all the votes are in by 55 to 45%. And that must be a blow for the Democratic candidate who has never lost a race in South Dakota. At Nixon headquarters in Washington's Shoreham Hotel, Dan Shore and Michelle Clark are with Nixon supporter Sammy Davis Jr.
Yes, Walter, I guess everyone who remembers seeing the Republican convention in Miami Beach remembers that great picture of Sammy Davis Jr. hugging President Nixon, who incidentally asked if you were trying to shoot him. Sammy, you have an enormous tradition of siding with the underdog. Some underdog you got.
I wish I could say something appropriately clever. I'm so happy about the outcome and the mandate that the president has received from the people of America that I'm actually so jubilant about the whole thing. I have nothing smart or clever or theatrical to say.
You've had a lot of criticism from some black groups.
Right.
Has that bothered you?
Yes, of course. I think, but, you know, let me not try to sit here tonight as the total bearer of it, Daniel. All of us, all of the black celebrities got it. James Brown got it. Certainly heavier, I think, than anyone, because on a day-to-day basis, dealing within the black community on that day-to-day basis, they really laid it on him. We all know where it came from. We're pretty sure where it came from. But his convictions, as well as mine, or Jim Brown's, or Will Chamberlain's, or any of the black people associated with the Republican Party, they were sincere convictions, and you live with those sincere convictions.
What do you want him to do now in his second term?
I would like for him to deal with the problems here at home as well, which I trust the president will, as he has with the diplomatic relationships with Russia and with Red China. Meaning, I want the intercity problems solved. Some of the programs that have been ignored or not implemented to the proper way, which I think he will do. I find the president, on a personal basis, a very sincere and honest man. And I know I would like to think, no one can say I know, but I would like to think that his point of view...
South Dakota going to President Nixon, as you reported a little while ago. And Sammy Davis has to take a moment out to shake a few hands. Sammy, the show goes on. We'll turn you over to your admirers a couple of minutes later. Michelle, I think, has a question.
Sammy, the question that I think has not really been clearly answered to a lot of people, because at least a lot of people still ask me, is why a good Democrat, a longtime Democrat, has come out for Nixon, and even though you say because of your convictions, you know, specifically, what was it?
Very simply, I waited. I tried to acquire a point of view as after the Democratic Convention to find out what was happening. And as soon as the Democratic Convention was over, many of the black political leadership that I know on a personal basis got the door slammed in their faces. Those same men who formed the coalition suddenly could no longer get to the people supposedly in power, and they were ignored.
Well, are you suggesting that many of the black political leaders are going to be able to get to the people in power in the Republican Party?
Well, I would like to suggest that I submit, not suggest, I submit that the door has never been closed to the president's office of those people, those blacks in the president's entourage to talk to.
But when you look out at this crowd and most crowds for the president, then you really don't see an awful lot of black faces, and certainly the Republican convention's representation of blacks doesn't kind of hold up your submission.
Well, absolutely right. But I will say this, that I haven't seen too many black people on the Democratic side in the last 3 weeks of the campaign. I see more black people here tonight than anybody ever thought that the Republicans would ever have. And that, to me, is a move forward. And that means if it's here, and if it's in the administration, then those thoughts, that mental intelligence will carry through with progress.
And it's your hope, then, that this really does mean that blacks are moving away from the Democratic Party?
No, not away from the Democratic Party so much as with the administration that will do the most for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Walter?
CBS News, Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. We can now add one more of the solid South states to the new solid Republican South, Louisiana, the last of the 13 southern states to be reported by our CBS News estimate, and President Nixon will take Louisiana. All 13 of the southern states have gone for President Nixon tonight, as indeed have all the other 31 states that we have been able to report on with the basis of our sample precincts so far. Only one state has gone for Senator McGovern. That is Massachusetts, and those 14 electoral votes are the only ones in McGovern's column. South Dakota, his native state, he has lost according to our CBS News estimate, and we reported that to you a moment ago. I think at the time I said that he had never lost a race in South Dakota. I stand corrected. I knew better, but my tongue slipped. He did lose in 1960 to Senator Munt there. And now another state in the Nixon column, a solidly Democratic state over the recent years, Rhode Island, has fallen to President Nixon. It'll be closer there than in most of the states, 55% to 45% for Senator McGovern. Also, Nebraska, which was expected to go in the Republican column, has done so again. Now, Eric Severide, we haven't had a chance to hear from you for a while. We've been so busy just reporting the proportions of this landslide.
Walter, I've been waiting for the arrival of my sidekick here, the author Teddy White, who writes books as he runs. He's just run into this studio. Teddy, you've been with the President's party the last 2 or 3 days. I think just left them. Were they surprised at the scope of this?
I think the surprise is very moderate, if it's a surprise at all. The atmosphere of that camp is one of a serenity, like the Yankees used to be. It's the smoothest rolling team in politics, working with the longest distance runner in politics. The highest estimate I heard in the staff yesterday and today and the day before was they might go as high as 60. I believe the President's estimate was considerably lower than that. I think if it's going over that right now, they are more elated than surprised. It's been kind of gay today. They served Napa Valley champagne on the plane and Mexican food, which I'm told the President likes. But it was almost nostalgic. These people think back to '68 and the long, hard fights, and Nixon is a sportsman. I think he might have liked a tougher tussle than this, but they're feeling no pain whatsoever.
Well, McGovern was the candidate that Nixon really wanted to run against, wasn't he? From way back.
Yes, I think he might have liked to take a Kennedy on once and lick a Kennedy, but if he had to choose I think you might say the Republicans and the President feel that they won their campaign at the Democratic National Convention.
You're sure?
The President, I'm told, is completely devoid of bitterness this evening, as he should be. But you can find some of the people on that staff, and especially over this weekend, who have been extremely bitter at McGovern on the...
Well, I want to ask you about that, this peace issue, whether it's a phony peace in sight or not. McGovern's called the President a liar, in effect.
Well, that has angered the staff enormously. That staff is absolutely confident, and you can't be with them for 2 days without sharing their confidence that peace is actually at hand. They believe that McGovern knows this. They believe McGovern is fully aware of what's going on, and that if there's any fraud anywhere, it's been fraud on McGovern's side. That, as I point out, as I understand it, the President himself does not share this bitterness. He feels like a man who has won by 1,000,000 miles and is way above bitterness. But the others are more in a combat mood still.
Teddy, we're getting apparently a pretty big turnout of voters this time, and a lot of people thought there was, the usual apathy line. What do you think it was? Just a quietness, people being reserved but fully intending to vote all the time?
I think this campaign has deeply stirred the American people. You have to get back to some very old-fashioned words to understand it. And the old-fashioned words worked for Mr. Nixon. I know we hate to use a word like patriotism on air. I know we hate to use a word like duty on air. But I think they were much more deeply disturbed by the axis, the thrust of the McGovern campaign, particularly on defense and on amnesty, than they were stirred the other way by the Watergate scandal. I think it twinged some emotions in America which which we felt have not been there for a long time and which come alive to me with a great deal of surprise.
Yeah,
they are there.
It looks very much, Teddy, you know, when a man, Mr. Nixon, who's not always been very popular, wins this big, and when he puts the challenger on the defensive, you know you've got something very different, a profound weakness in the challenging party this time. This is at least half the equation, I think. I'll have to give it back to Walter over there now, if I may. Thank you, Teddy White.
We have a CBS News estimate on that Senate race in Virginia, where it was thought that the Democratic incumbent might be in a little bit of trouble with a Nixon victory in the state, but and it appears that indeed he was. Republican Scott has won the Virginia Senate race, 52% of the vote, to upset the incumbent Spong. We'll get more on that in a little while from Roger Mudd, but that now means that the Republicans have picked up 2 Senate seats in the South. They picked up actually 3 Senate seats in the South. The Democrats had picked up 1 in the South, and with that, it means a net gain for the Republicans in the South of 2 Senate seats. They need a net gain of 5 Senate seats to win control of the Senate. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. With some 33 of the states now in our columns on which CBS News can estimate winners, 33 of them for President Nixon, it would appear that he is well on the way to very possibly the second greatest electoral vote to landslide in our history, second only to that of Roosevelt over Landon in 1936. And now let's get some of the tales from our eastern races from Mike Wallace.
Walter, if there's any graphic understanding of what has happened to President Nixon tonight, let's go to Rhode Island to begin with. That's the most Democratic state of all in the last 3 elections. John Kennedy won over Richard Nixon with 64% of the vote in 1960. Lyndon Johnson beat Barry Goldwater with 81% of the vote. Hubert Humphrey won over Richard Nixon with 64% of the vote, George Wallace taking 4%. And this time, the president has turned it around 55 to 45. Now, we're talking about the most Catholic state in the country. 2/3 of Rhode Island is Catholic, 2/3 working class. 1/2 of the population of Rhode Island over 25 didn't finish high school. No Republican senator has been elected here since 1930, and incidentally, on the issue of coattails, at this moment, Claiborne Pell, the incumbent Democrat, is leading John Chafee by 54 to 46. Pell leading Chafee 54 to 46 in the state of Rhode Island. But to come back to the original thesis, Rhode Island is an indication of how Catholics have moved toward President Nixon, how the working class, how blue-collar people have moved toward Nixon, and now we have confirmation. Claiborne Pell has won the Rhode Island Senate race with about 54% of the vote. John Chafee, 3-time governor of that state, former Secretary of the Navy. Nixon's coattails made no difference to John Chafee. Pell has returned to the Senate. But let's take a look, while we have time anyway, at some of the other races in the East. Let's recapitulate some of the CBS News estimates, beginning with the state of New York, and compare where Richard Nixon is this time compared to last time. Let's start with New York State. 59% for the president this time. Last time around, he had 45%. Let's move to Massachusetts. This time, 45%. Last time, 33%. Of course, McGovern won in Massachusetts, and last time George Wallace had 4%. In the state of Connecticut, 60% in that blue-collar, ethnic, Catholic state this time. Last time around, 44% for Richard Nixon. He won in Delaware last time with 45% of the vote. This time, up to 61% of the vote, and so it goes all through the eastern states. Doubling his Catholic vote from last time, doubling the Jewish vote as well, or just about, in spite of the fact that the Jews still predominantly went to McGovern. This, obviously, is the win that Richard Nixon wanted more than any other. Barry Goldwater had suggested he was going to saw off the eastern seaboard and send it out to sea. Richard Nixon has brought it back into the Republican Party.
The percentage, the popular percentage for President Nixon has dropped a little bit, now with 1/5 of the nation's vote counted. He's down to 64%. It was up to 67 at one time earlier this evening.
CBS News coverage of Election 72. Tonight, the latest returns. This broadcast is sponsored by Ford, who invite you to see all the better ideas for 73 at your Ford dealers. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
And again, good evening. President Nixon has overwhelmingly beaten Senator McGovern for the presidency. As we are watching these returns tonight, we're seeing Mr. Nixon build up a lead, which, if it holds, will give him a record landslide. And in the process, he's become the first Republican ever to sweep the entire South. In the popular vote, with 22% of the vote counted now, President Nixon has 11.5 million votes almost. George McGovern, 6,178,000. The president's margin, 64 to 35%. At one time this evening, he had a 67% margin. It's been dropping a little bit as more of the vote has been counted, but there's no question about the size of the landslide. Senator McGovern has won only one state, Massachusetts, but since we last reported, he has added the District of Columbia, which now has 3 electoral votes, you know, to his total. So according to our CBS News estimate, that District of Columbia will go to him by a hefty margin, the kind of margin Nixon's been winning in most states, 70% to 30. And President Nixon now, we can add to his number of states, Colorado, Iowa, New Hampshire, and we told you about the District of Columbia going over to George McGovern. So that gives President Nixon a total of 36 states and an electoral vote of 416. He only needed 270 to win. Senator McGovern has 17 electoral votes. If he ends up not winning any more electoral votes, it'll go down as the second worst electoral defeat in history. The first and still the record holder is that FDR handed to Alf Landon in 1936, when Landon won just 2 states and 8 electoral votes. The second worst was Lincoln's victory over McClellan. That was a long time ago, of course, but that still holds the second place record, and then McClellan got 21 electoral votes. Here are the states that the president has won. You can see them ticking off there now: Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts went to McGovern, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. Well, at Nixon headquarters in Washington's Shoreham Hotel, Daniel Schorr and Michelle Clark are now with President. Well, at Nixon headquarters in Washington's Shoreham Hotel, Daniel Schorr and Michelle Clark are now with Presidential Advisor John Ehrlichman.
Yes, Walter. President Nixon's administration featured foreign policy with the trips to Russia and China and the negotiations on Vietnam. It is said that the next 4 years may well feature domestic policy. And if that is true, then coming increasingly into the limelight is John Ehrlichman, who is the head of the Domestic Council and the chief domestic advisor of President Nixon. Mr. Ehrlichman, I guess one of the first promises that you will have to deliver on during the second administration is to try to hold federal spending to $250 billion and to try to avoid a tax increase. There are some who say that even by impounding and vetoes it can't be done. Can it?
We think it can. Obviously, there's been a lot of hard work done on that in the last several months, and I've seen the work that Cap Weinberger and the people in OMB have come up with, and I think there's no question that it can be done. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. It's going to be painful for some of the people in the departments and agencies, but it can be done, and it should be.
Well, except on the West Coast, you no longer have to say it purely for election reasons. Are you convinced that a tax increase can be avoided during the next 4 years?
Well, obviously, we have no way of controlling the Congress, and the Congress could do things, overriding presidential vetoes, and force a tax increase. But if the Congress exercises responsibility,
I'm satisfied that a tax increase can be avoided.
Mr. Ehrlichman, what about some of the other domestic issues? Welfare reform, is there going to be a new plan? Will it be the same old plan? Are you going to push harder for it this time than last time?
Well, we pushed hard last time, but I think an awful lot of the congressmen have been campaigning on the welfare issue, and they've taken positions. You know, nobody was really thinking about welfare reform until the president advanced the proposal 3 years ago. Now it's an issue. It's a national issue, and I think there have been a lot of positions crystallized by candidates for the Senate and the Congress.
Very briefly, Mr. Ehrlich, I mean, there are some who say that you could have had welfare reform if you'd been willing to make a deal, perhaps at the cost of a few votes, with Senator Ribicoff and the Democratic liberals. Is that so?
No, I don't believe that. I know I watched your show, and that was the implication of the CBS show, but I don't think it's true. Senator Ribicoff didn't have the votes, and we were very near the end of a session. The conservatives in the Senate had it within their power to filibuster right up against the adjournment date. And as we counted it, we simply had a third, and it was just about deadlocked.
Thank you, Mr. Ehrlichman. Walter?
Couple on 3 of them, as a matter of fact. In the South, in Mississippi, Senator Jim Eastland has won his race for re-election over Carmichael, the Republican challenger. He won by, we figure to be about 57 to 41%. In Arkansas, Senator McClellan, the Democrat, won again handily as expected. And also in Louisiana, Democrat J. Bennett Johnston has won in the Senate as expected. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. We have a CBS News estimate on what had been anticipated to be a very close Senate race in New Mexico. And there, the Republican candidate, Domenici, has defeated the Democratic candidate, Jack Daniels, which means another seat that the Republicans have taken from the Democrats. That seat had been occupied by Clinton Anderson, a 24-year veteran in the Senate who retired this year. And with that Republican victory, they now have picked up 4 seats of the 5 they need to gain control of the Senate. Of course, a lot of states have not been heard from yet, but they are moving close to at least one of the coattail objectives of Campaign 72. The races won so far in the Senate. We could go through those very quickly for you. The Republicans have won 11 races and the Democrats 8. The Republicans have won, as expected, holding on to their seats that they now occupy in Massachusetts, in New Jersey, in South Carolina, in Tennessee, and in Texas, in Illinois, and in Kansas. However, they have won Democratic seats in North Carolina, Oklahoma, Virginia, before the announcement we just had for you in New Mexico. So they have picked up 4 seats so far. The Democrats have picked up 1 seat, so the margin should be 3, I suppose, of the seats that the Republicans have picked up so far. The Democrats have won a very close race in Rhode Island, in West Virginia, Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And now let's go for a more complete report from our Middle Western states and Dan Rather.
Well, Walter, as you can see by the map, the Nixon forces have marched through the breadbasket Midwest like a combine, and as things now stand, only Minnesota, that's the only state standing between Richard Nixon and a complete sweep of the Midwest, meaning that if George McGovern cannot take Minnesota in the Midwest, that it will be the solid Midwest added to the solid South. A couple of very interesting Senate races building up, but first just to give you an idea of how much the president is winning by in the Midwest and how short his coattails in this particular area of the country are proving to be. Take a look, hold it, just something has, this is an upset of the first order here in Iowa, which is about as Republican as you can get. CBS News estimates that the Democrat, Clark, has upset Jack Miller, the Republican, and that Clark's final winning margin will be on the order of 56%. Now, Walter, this could turn out to be the most interesting story of the night, other than the size of President Nixon's landslide, because the Democrat Clark in Iowa was the administrative assistant to Congressman John Culver. Culver, a Democratic congressman in Iowa, was all set to run against Jack Miller. His own polls told him, though, that in the face of a Nixon landslide that he, a Democrat in Iowa, would have no chance. His administrative assistant refused to believe the polls, went out to Iowa, and if our CBS News estimate is correct, has done what his own congressman for whom he worked was unwilling to even try. I'd have to judge that that's the upset of the evening thus far. Jack Miller, incumbent Republican senator in Iowa, losing on the basis of our CBS estimate. CBS News estimates that Clark has won, and I will keep repeating it because it's very hard to believe. But we talked to a Republican senator from out west a few minutes ago, and he said, you know, given the size of President Nixon's winning margin, his coattails just about everywhere are surprisingly small, and it's going to be difficult, says this Republican, to go to Lincoln Day dinners and explain how the president could win by such a wide margin, but the Republican minorities in the House and Senate continue to exist. Well, once over that upset of Jack Miller losing in Iowa, let's go back to our boards and take a look at Michigan, where there's another tight Senate race and another possible upset there, although it would not be quite as great. In Michigan, which has already gone to President Nixon in the Senate race there, Senator Robert Griffin, Republican, trying for a second term, with 15% of the precincts reporting and the vote in and tabulated, the Griffin is out front. Our CBS News estimate on the Senate race in Michigan is that Griffin is running ahead by about 54%. But we have very few reports from the Detroit area where they've had a lot of voting machine trouble and a heavy vote turnout, and this race could still be very, very close. It is by no means decided. In South Dakota, in the Senate race in South Dakota, another race that was expected to be very, very close. This was the race between the Republican Robert Hirsch and the only Lebanese Rosebud Indian running for the Senate anywhere here or elsewhere, Abaresk. With 3% of the precincts in, it shapes up as an extremely close race. As you may have heard earlier, Senator McGovern has lost his home state, but Abaresk, the Democrat there, trying for that Senate seat, would appear to have at least a decent chance at this hour of running against the Nixon tide in South Dakota. In the South Dakota governor's race, a Democratic winner. CBS News has estimated that Governor Knipe has won his race. This is with the actual vote tabulated, but the CBS News estimate, Governor Knipe has won re-election probably on the order of 61%, going again against the Nixon tide in South Dakota, and Governor Knipe's election just going to prove again how difficult it is to beat a man with 8 children in any race. CBS News estimate just in, Mondale has won the Senate race in Minnesota. Senator Fritz Mondale, Walter Mondale, who's mentioned prominently as a possibility of being on the Democratic ticket in 1976. CBS News estimate is that he has won Minnesota with about 57% of the vote. Now, it could well be that you have some reverse coattails. The only state in the Midwest, as we mentioned earlier, that Senator McGovern has to carry. It's too close right now to even make any estimate in Minnesota, but with Mondale winning by that large a margin, you have to say that Senator McGovern still has a chance to carry that state. In Missouri, in the governor's race, let's go to the figures in the state of Missouri. This was expected to be a very close gubernatorial election in that state. Missouri has not had a Republican governor since 1940. President Nixon has carried Missouri. And in the governor's race, Christopher Bond, the Republican, with 35% of the precincts reported. This is the actual vote tabulation, ahead of the Democrat Dowd. And our CBS News estimate is that Bond is leading with a significant lead of perhaps as high as 57%. But it's too early to say definitely that Bond, the Republican, has captured the Missouri governor's chair in the wake of President Nixon's coattails, and that's one to keep an eye on. Walter, the general picture in the Midwest that President Nixon is winning by an unprecedented margin, but his coattails are extremely short.
With that surprising Democratic senatorial victory in Iowa, that means that the Republicans now have a 2-edge margin on the Democrats toward the 5 seats they need to gain control of the Senate. They still, in other words, need 3 net gain to win. As of this hour, we might remind all of you in some of the western states, Alaska, California, Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, that the polls are still open out there. Even though the presidential race has become a runaway, there are many, many important races yet to be decided in your states, many ballot questions to be answered. Washington, for example, has 24 referenda, California 22. A lot of things to vote on, and the polls are still open.
CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. And now just 1/4 of the nation's precincts have been counted, and President Nixon holding on to that landslide victory of 13 million to 7 million votes for George McGovern. His percentage for the president now 64% to 35 for McGovern. In Vermont, CBS News can estimate that there has been an upset in the gubernatorial race there, and Democrat Tom Salmon will take the state house away from the Republicans. In Vermont, in New Hampshire, the incumbent Democratic Senator Tom McIntyre apparently has won his re-election bid. And now, for the first time, with some results of his own tonight, from the West, John Hart.
Walter, the two states that we can say Richard Nixon has won in the West are two states that have a substantial number of Spanish-speaking people. And the interesting thing in these two states, Colorado and New Mexico, is how well President Nixon is doing among that minority, which George McGovern pretty well figured to be his own. Looking at Colorado, where the raw vote doesn't really mean much so far this evening, we see that Richard Nixon has won 62% of the Spanish-speaking votes there, as against 39% in 1968. We want to look at our VPA board there to show how we figure it's going to come out. 65% overall over the entire state. In New Mexico, wait, before we go to New Mexico, let's look at that Colorado Senate race in which incumbent Gordon Allett is going for his fourth term. He is in a surprisingly close race this early in the evening, and that is surprising because he was considered to be far ahead of Floyd Haskell, a Democratic lawyer who was a Republican until 2 years ago and left the Republican Party disagreeing with President Nixon over Cambodia. There's a very small token vote for the only Chicano candidate this year on a national scale, Sal Salazar of the La Raza Unida Party. In New Mexico, where President Nixon has won, let's look at the percentages by which he is expected to win in New Mexico, where we estimate he will win by 63 to 37%. Among the Spanish-speaking people of New Mexico, he has won by 55% of the vote. And it's going to be interesting in that New Mexico Senate race. Well, no, it isn't. We have already declared it won, haven't we? Pete Domenici, the first Republican to go to the U.S. Senate from New Mexico since 1928, Walter.
Bruce Morton is out at the McGovern headquarters out in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Bruce, come in.
Exactly how you describe something like this. I suppose it's sort of a defeat party. Nobody is exactly whooping it up, but there are bands here. There's been a rock band, a brass band, and most recently somebody singing kind of sad Bob Dylan songs. Maybe the sadness fits. The crowd really doesn't seem depressed very much. They've cheered twice. Once a few minutes ago when Dan Rather called Russell Knipe the winner of the gubernatorial race here. The other time just before that when he said that James Aberesk, the Democrat, was leading in the Senate race here. So it's not exactly a whooping it up crowd, but there is some festivity. There are a lot of balloons, almost enough balloons to make it look Republican. I might just ask some of the people here, how do you feel hearing that Senator McGovern has lost?
I don't feel so good about it, I guess. I didn't expect him to win. But,
you think he'd win here in South Dakota? He's apparently lost that, too.
From what I heard from people I talked to, no, I didn't think he would. And not at first. I mean, at first I did, but not anymore.
Were you surprised, or how do you feel about McGovern's losing?
I thought right now that I thought he would. There's times that the people in the United States aren't decided yet on what they want. But right now, it's been 4 years of happiness in this country, and so far there hasn't been major problems. The war's been coming down, but I still felt McGovern will come through in the final end.
You think he'd do as badly as this? You think it'd be closer?
I thought it'd be a lot closer. I thought that people realized towards the end that he'd come through. But a lot of people in the United States here just don't realize this. what's to lose when you lost by Nixon being in another 4 years? The economy's not at a high, it's at a low, and everything else. I mean, McGovern has everything to win.
Yeah. Pardon? Sir, how do you...
The way it is in South Dakota, Senator McGovern's home state, which, according to our CBS News estimate, among the states he lost tonight. We'll be back shortly with more results from election night 72, but first, the latest from our local stations on races in your area. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good evening again. President Nixon has thoroughly defeated Senator McGovern, and the margin of about 2-1 has been holding up all night as the returns have been coming in. The latest popular vote report, 27% of the precincts counted. Nixon 1,300,000, or almost 14 million, I should say. 14 million, and George McGovern 7,679,000. That percentage has been holding up for Nixon throughout the evening, around 64 to 35%. He completely swept the South. That's a first for a Republican. And with the exception of Minnesota, which hasn't been decided yet, he swept the Midwest, according to our CBS News estimates. Senator McGovern, according to these same estimates, has won only Massachusetts and the District of Columbia, losing even his home state of South Dakota to the president. In electoral votes, the landslide is reflected in the totals. President Nixon has won, according to our CBS News estimate, 423 electoral votes. McGovern has won just 17. That does keep him from the worst defeat of all time in electoral votes, which was Alf Landon's to FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1936, when Landon only got 8 electoral votes. But apparently, President Nixon's is a personal victory, not a party victory. His coattails do not prove to be very broad or very long, as they say. In the Senate, the Republicans have won 12 seats and the Democrats 11. The Republicans have made a net gain of 2 seats from the Democrats, but it is now impossible for them to win the Senate. There is only one outstanding race held by a Democrat, and even if the Democrats lost that, they'd still end up with a 2-vote margin in the new Senate. Although our figures are not quite so precise, in the House of Representatives, it appears to us on our CBS News estimate that also there the Republicans do not have a chance to win control of the next House of Representatives. We show 65 Republicans having won, 125 Democrats having won in the House of Representatives. You still see the Senate figures there, but the House races are also going toward the Democrats. They may lose some 16 seats according to our estimates, but that's give or take 10. It still wouldn't be enough. The Republicans need to win 39 net gain to win control of the House. So it appears that President Nixon will again have a Democratic Congress to contend with, as indeed did President Eisenhower in 3 of his 4 2-year segments in the White House. Of his 4 Congresses, that is, only 1 was Republican. We can now add to the total number of states won by President Nixon 2 more to make the total 38. Nixon has won, according to our CBS News estimate, in Utah, and he has won in Nevada. We might take a look now at some of the some of the states that the president has won. If we can roll them through, we will take a look at them for you. These are the Senate seats that they have been won by the Republicans. I said the president, call it the Republicans, and the Democrats as well. Sparkman held on to his seat in Alabama. In Georgia, Democratic candidate Nunn won. Senator Percy won again, as did Pearson in Kansas. Case in New Jersey, and Thurmond and Baker all stay in the Senate again. Huddleston took a Republican seat away in Kentucky. Randolph again won in West Virginia, as did Senator Tower in Texas. Scott won in Virginia, Republican seat gained, as Bartlett did for the Republicans in Oklahoma. Helms did in North Carolina for the Republicans, a new seat. Domenici won for the Republicans in New Mexico, and that was a new seat for the Republicans as well. However, Democrats did pick up extra seats so that the total Republican gain was 2. In the gubernatorial, a similar situation. The Democrats have won 2 seats, however, from the Republicans in those governor races. They won in Vermont, and they won in Delaware, taking seats away from the Republicans. State houses in Delaware and Vermont go over to the Republicans, or to the Democrats, rather, and that's only the second time in 100 years that's happened in Vermont. The Republicans have won 3 of the state houses that we have been able to estimate final returns on so far. The Democrats have won 5. So it looks like the split of the state houses will remain not drastically changed this year. The Democrats had a 3-2 margin in state houses. These are important in national politics, as you know, because governors very frequently have powerful control over the way their states operate and who they send to the Congress eventually. Here are the way those races came out in the governor's runs. The Republicans won in West Virginia, as expected. Jay Rockefeller lost his bid there. Docking in Kansas won his 4th term in office. Tribbles is the man who upset the Republicans in Delaware. Bumpers won again handily in Arkansas. Ray in Iowa was returned to office, as was Knipe in South Dakota. At Nixon headquarters in Washington's Shoreham Hotel, Daniel Shore and Michelle Clark are now with Attorney General Richard Kleindienst.
Yes, Walter. Spot during this campaign, then Attorney General Kleindienst at his doorstep landed some of the most sensitive campaign issues, the Watergate case, where the prosecution had to come to a U.S. attorney, campaign funding problems, and even problems about what the FBI was up to. And can I ask you, now that the campaign is over, are you finished on some of these issues like campaign funding, or is there action still contemplated by the Justice Department?
Well, when you're dealing with the enforcement of the law, Daniel, you're never finished. If somebody gives us credible evidence that somebody has violated the law, then we investigate it, we take it to a grand jury. If they return indictments, then we prosecute. So one of the great magics of our system of government is the fact that the whole justice system never ends. So a mere election would not have any effect whatsoever upon an investigation, an indictment, or a prosecution.
There is a wild rumor around that after the election, you may take action on one or more of the cases referred to you by the General Accounting Office, in effect that you may have to act against the committee to re-elect the president. Is that crazy?
Well, Daniel, we have received over 1,200 complaints with respect to the violation of the election law. Those complaints involve Republicans, Democrats, the McGovern Committee, the Committee to re-elect the president. They involve almost every candidate in the United States. We are going to apply a uniform standard with respect to them all. We're going to look at the facts. If that gives us evidence sufficient to go to a grand jury, we will. If that means the Committee to re-elect the president, McGovern's committee, the Republicans and the Democrats, will do that. And only so long as the Department of Justice in this country will prosecute anybody with respect to whom the facts show they violate the law, can we have real confidence in the future, of government in this country.
Mr. Kleindienst, what about Watergate? Now, John Ehrlichman was here earlier, and he says that he thinks Watergate will open up and the chips will just fall where they may. Do you share that view?
Well, I share it in 2 respects, Michelle. When the reprehensible act occurred, the president instructed me to cause the FBI to investigate it and to let the chips fall where it would. That matter has been investigated. There are indictments, and we're going to go to trial on those. So I think that the full course of justice and the prosecution of crimes has to expend itself, irrespective of an election.
We're out of time here. Back to you, Walter.
And Mr. Kleindienst, that Mr. Nixon has won in Maine. According to our CBS News estimate, the president will carry Maine. That's the 39th state we put in his column. Only two that our CBS News estimate indicate has been won by Senator McGovern. That's Massachusetts and the District of Columbia for 17 electoral votes. We have an interesting report from Reuters tonight. They're quoting Alabama's Governor George Wallace is predicting that his supporters will gain control of the Democratic Party. He said that now that it's reeling from the blow of the massive McGovern defeat, that the great Democratic of the Democratic Party of the past will come back, but it will be back with those who express the views I expressed in control of the party, said Governor Wallace. And certainly, Governor Wallace being out of this race has affected the race, since he was cut down by an assassin's bullet and crippled there in that Maryland shopping center last May and had to drop out of the race. It is clear that President Nixon picked up nearly all of the vote that he gathered in 1968. And that percentage vote that Wallace had in 1968, if deducted from President Nixon's victory of this year, would make this a lot closer race. It would put him right down at a 51% margin instead of a 64% margin at this particular point. With 29% of the vote, we're getting up toward the 1/3 point. President Nixon has 15 million votes to George McGovern's 8,356,000, holding on to a 64% margin. CBS News election coverage will continue in a moment. Montana now goes into the Nixon column, the 40th state to fall to the president in his re-election bid and in his bid now for a record landslide. You know, we read a lot of newspaper polls this year, but there's a paper in Texas that's taken a fairly unusual survey. Now, the paper itself is unusual. It's called the Hoot Owl. It's published in Arlington, Texas, by and for children. The city editor, we understand, is only 8 years old, which is about the age of most of the city editors we've worked under. Anyway, Sylvia Chase is at the Southern Palace Theater where they're counting the ballots. Sylvia?
The newspaper before last year passed the age of 16 and she was retired. All the votes being counted here, being tabulated here, were cast by children, or at least presumably by children, because the ballots were distributed by the Hoot Owl newspaper. And the Hoot Owl has distributed about 700,000 of these ballots, probably mostly in Texas, because the Hoot Owl is an insert in the Hart Hanks newspaper chain, which is a Texas chain. But there are ballots out in all 50 states. We've been getting readouts from all 50 of those states all evening. And in fact, if the children had been doing the voting, perhaps Senator McGovern might have done better in the Electoral College, because Senator McGovern did take Ohio, New York, New Jersey, and Florida. Those are some of the big states. Nixon did take Illinois and Pennsylvania. That was kind of a squeaker, by the way, and Michigan. Now we can go back to the board for a minute here. The tabulations are coming in about every 15 minutes, and you will see that President Nixon is doing fairly well with the youngsters here, but that Snoopy is somehow or another out-polling Dr. Spock. The children aren't just voting on the candidates. They're also voting on the issues. Some of the issues that I think would be probably of great interest to all of the country are number 3, Nixon's Vietnam policy. Do the children approve of it, or do they think immediate withdrawal would be a good idea? Well, the children do seem to disapprove of Nixon's Vietnam policy. I realize this is a little bit confusingly worded here, but they are not generally in favor of it. Most of them are against it. Children's liberation. Now, that's probably something that the folks at home don't know is an issue, but to these people here who are voting on these ballots, it is an issue. But oddly enough, children don't seem to feel that they are discriminated against in very large numbers. Busing. Here the children are voting on busing themselves. Do they favor busing or do they not favor busing? And it seems that overwhelmingly, children, in fact, do not favor busing. It's all sort of like the big folks here at this election central. We're tabulating votes by regions. These young people at this table right here are tabulating votes from the southwestern part of the country. We're getting a readout on the presidential vote every 15 minutes, but I think it'll be quite a long time before we get a real readout on what the issues, how the children really do feel about the issues. I have with me Joel Turner. Joel is the environmental editor of the Hoot Owl. Joel, how old are you?
I'm 14.
And can you tell me, why do you think that Senator McGovern has done so badly here tonight? Well, he hasn't done that badly, but why do you think he's only been ahead once?
Well, I think that's mainly due to the issue of busing, which is very important to children this year. As you know, Senator McGovern does not, supports busing very strongly, whereas President Nixon does not.
Are you saying then that you feel that children are generally not in favor of being bused?
Oh, yes, indeed. The ones I've talked to are not in any way advocates of busing.
Can you tell me something about how you chose these issues? Why did you choose them? Who chose them?
Well, these issues that are on the ballot, we had tossed around in editorials at staff meetings, so we decided to print them up on this ballot.
How do you personally feel about these issues? Can you tell me?
Well, I'd rather not discuss that. We have decided that we'd rather not present our views on this because we don't want the children to be influenced by them. We present the candidates' views, and we'd like them to decide for themselves.
You're just doing the reporting, and you're letting your readers decide what they want about the issues?
Exactly.
Walter, this is Sylvia Chase at Hoot Owl Election Central.
Sylvia, on the basis of our polling or our sampling of voters at the polls today, cross-section across the United States at some sample precincts, the indication of where the youth vote went is not very encouraging to Senator McGovern. The indications were that the new voters this year, those between 18 and 24, voted only 2% in favor of McGovern, 50% to 48. That's based on our polls, as we say, and it takes care of about 12% of the electorate. We're in that age group. Let's go now for a rundown of the southern states from Roger Mudd. Roger?
Walter, it's all over in the presidential race in the South. The president's majority rather, ranged from a high of 78% in Georgia down to a low, if you can call it that, of 65% in Georgia. Arkansas, for the first time since Ulysses S. Grant, has voted for a Republican presidential candidate. In the Senate races, it's a pickup of 3 and the loss of 1 for the Republicans, meaning a net gain of 2. Earlier, Walter, I heard Robert Finch, the president's assistant and longtime friend, say that people weren't very concerned about the Senate because, after all the Senate did was ratify treaties. He can say that because the Republicans didn't win the Senate, but I'm sure if they had won it tonight, he would have described it differently. The only change that we have noticed in the House races so far is a change of parties in the 1st District of Oklahoma, which is the Tulsa district, vacated by Paige Belcher and tonight won by a Democrat, James Jones. In the Louisiana Senate race, there the Democrat, J. Bennett Johnston, has been elected, replacing the late Alan Ellender. Bennett Johnston, 56%. The independent, John McKithen, the former governor, 25%, and Ben Toledano of New Orleans, 19%. The popular vote in Louisiana, with 13% in, shows Bennett Johnson way out in front of the combined totals of the other two. In Virginia, which is a loss for the Democratic Party in the Senate, conservative Congressman William Scott, 52%, Democrat William Spong, 46%, and Horace Hunk Henderson, 2%. Henderson's presence on the ballot obviously did not affect the outcome of the race. The popular vote shows Scott 413,000, Spong 365,000. In the Mississippi race, James Eastland has been reelected, although Gil Carmichael, shunned by Agnew, shunned by the White House, did fairly well under such adverse circumstances. And finally, in Arkansas, well, there's the popular vote in Mississippi. And finally, in Arkansas, John McClellan reelected over a Rockefeller Republican, Wayne Babbitt. McClellan 59%, Babbitt 41%. Walter?
CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. With 30% of the vote counted, President Nixon 15.5 million, Senator McGovern 8.5 million, 64 to 35%. We'll be back shortly with more results from Election Night 72, but first, the latest from our local stations on your local races. This is Walter Cronkite, our CBS News election headquarters.
This is CBS. CBS News coverage of Election 72. Tonight, further returns from around the country. This broadcast is sponsored by Ford, who invite you to see all the better ideas for 73 at your Ford dealers. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good evening. The voters have returned President Nixon to the White House by a landslide over Senator McGovern, but they apparently have denied him a Senate or a House of his own party. The poll closing hour now has passed throughout the United States, except for parts of Alaska, and here's how the tabulated vote stands now, with more than 1/3 of the vote, almost 2/5 of it in. Richard Nixon has almost 20 million votes, 19,852,000, and Senator McGovern 11,282,000. But the interesting thing here is that President Nixon's margin is narrowing somewhat. It is now down to 63%. In the early stages of the evening, it's up to 67. It held at 65 for some time, dropped to 64, and now it's down to 63%. He's hoping, of course, that when all of the votes are in, he will have more than 61.1%. That would give him the greatest popular landslide in history, beating President Johnson's victory over Senator Goldwater by that margin, 61.1 in 1964. I understand that Frank Sinatra is at the podium at the Nixon headquarters, and we decided...
I think we are in good hands, and I say we should relax and swing and have a great time. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see you.
Sinatra, who was among the Hollywood luminaries who backed President Nixon this year, become a very close friend of Vice President Agnew and a golfing partner of his. CBS News estimates now that Mr. Nixon has won a total of some 40 states with a total of 434 electoral votes. Senator McGovern, according to our CBS News estimates of our sample precincts, has won the state of Massachusetts and the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes now, for a total of 17 electoral votes. Some late reports we have in from our analysis desk, where they look at these returns from our sample precincts and decide whether the margin has gone over a safe point, which we can say that one man or another has won. We can now say that President Nixon has won in Idaho. According to our CBS News estimate, Congressman Hansen has won in the Wyoming Senate race. Or wait a minute, that's not Congressman Hansen. Yes, it is. Take it back. Congressman Hansen has won in Wyoming. Nixon has won in Wyoming. In South Dakota, the seat vacated by Carl Munt, a longtime senator who had a stroke several years ago, was won by the Democrat, James Aberesk. He took that seat from the Republican who wished to fill in for Carl Munt, Robert Hirsch, by perhaps a 54 to 46 margin, and that cuts down the margin that the Republicans had gained in the races so far to 1 seat, with the seats still being contested very closely in Delaware, Maine, and Colorado, all held by Republicans. It's possible the Republicans could actually lose in the Senate, and the net figures are in. They now are 5 seats behind the Democratic margin in the Senate. They would need that many and a net gain to take over the Senate. They cannot get that now under any circumstances tonight. Senator Curtis has won in Nebraska, as expected. And Democratic Governor Calvin Rampton has won in Utah. That also was expected, although it was thought that he might have a little bit of difficulty out there if there were a very large Nixon margin. There is, but Calvin Rampton overcame it to be reelected in Utah. House race that was very closely watched, at least here in the East, was that of Ogden Reed, who had the most liberal voting record among the Republicans in the House and switched over this year to the Democratic side. He was a target of the Republicans in New York State to oust him from his congressional seat in Westchester County, a bedroom area outside New York City. Ogden Reed has won, however, and defeated the Republican effort to get him out of that seat. So the Democrats have a net gain of 1 in the House there. In the House, we have Republicans having won 78 seats so far, Democrats 140 seats, but our estimate in the House is that the Democrats will easily win the House again, although losing a net of perhaps 18 seats. They would have had to lose 39 to lose control. That's give or take 9 seats, according to our estimate. Not enough of a margin so that the Democrats, according to our estimate at any rate, could possibly lose the House of Representatives tonight. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. Now let's go over to Eric Severide for a look at what's happened here tonight.
Well, Walter, Teddy White and I have been trying to natter a bit about the why of this phenomenon. Whole books are going to be written about it for years to come, no doubt one by Brother White here. The positive sides of the Nixon endorsement are quite clear, I think, to most people. Many things that found favor with most people in the country. The trips to China and Russia, the wage and price controls, the approach, apparently, to the imminence of peace in Vietnam, but to an extent that's not quite normal. There's been a collapse and a breakdown on the other side, that is with the Democratic opposition. Teddy, it seemed to me that when George McGovern took in a great many new people and new groups into the party, he simply drove out a lot of others. It's almost though he were leading a movement. Did you get that feeling?
Well, I think there's... I'd like to linger on this Republican thing a bit before I come to the McGovern thing. I believe there's a culture cleavage which Nixon discovered in the country this year. Underneath all this fashionable rhetoric, there's been a sort of a working class culture that believes in hard work. You can call it blue collar, or you can be ethnic about it and talk about Catholics. But the fact is that tonight, for the first time, the blue-collar vote is running 3-2 in favor of Nixon, and for the first time in American history, a majority of the Catholics are voting for a Republican. And I think Nixon understood this and repudiated the rhetoric we've listened to for a long time, and he found a way to talk to these people that McGovern never discovered. And there, if you want to talk about the McGovern failures, I think you'd find it in the contrast between Nixon's perception of the country and McGovern's.
You think that was his chief weakness as a candidate, McGovern? What about his style, his rhetoric, his whole personality?
Well, there's all that to it. I suppose we could go through the big ones. There's the Eagleton thing and the welfare thing, but beyond that, the perception, I think, that McGovern had of the country was a revolutionary one, that we were on the verge of a great social upheaval, and I think he confused in his own mind the horror at the Vietnam War with a totally revolutionary situation. And we aren't a revolutionary people, Eric.
Remember that line of Dick Scammon's in one of his statistical analyses, that American politics, if you play it successfully, is played between the 35-yard lines of the field. Well, when you go off in the end zones, right or left, you're in trouble.
Well, there you got yourself a good problem as to whether McGovern went further than the 35 yards to the left than Goldwater did the 35 yards to the right. But I think basically McGovern stood for a continuation of the experimental mood of the 1960s. That whole social legislation, the manipulation of our cities, that people are tired of being experimented with. One of McGovern's own staff members said to me last week, the Republican Party is where people vote when they want to go slow. And there may be a lot of truth in that McGovern analysis of its own campaign.
People want to slow down. Isn't it true in a way we have a new elite that people perceive, and we don't like elites in this country. It used to be Main Street and the businessmen and big business. Democrats made a lot of hay on that. Now it seems to be a kind of intellectuals, academic, rather far out elite, or they are perceived as such, and people don't like that either.
No, I think Mr. Nixon has seen that quite clearly. He's used these old words like, as I say, patriotism and work ethic, and he's scored through on those words.
Thank you, Teddy. I think if Walter's ready over there, I'll throw it back across the bull ring to him.
All right, Eric. I was just taking a look at some of our analysis of where this vote has come from tonight compared to John Kennedy's vote in 1960 in the race that Kennedy barely won over then Vice President Nixon. And it's really remarkable. It's almost a direct reversal, direct flip-flop. For instance, in 1960, Mr. Nixon lost the white-collar vote 2-1 to Kennedy. This year, he captured the white-collar vote by a margin of 2-1. This year, Mr. Nixon's taking the blue-collar vote by a 3-2 margin. That's quite a lot more than Kennedy took it in 1960. He got that blue-collar vote by a very narrow percentage, 3 or 4%. Mr. Nixon's winning among all income areas, except the very poorest ones this year. 12 years ago, the middle-income voters went more than 2-1 Democratic. They're almost reversed and even more this time. 1960, Kennedy won the East, the South, and the West, losing only the traditionally Republican Middle West. Of course, this year, the president's sweep is nationwide in all sections of the country. And this election, Mr. Nixon's piling up large margins in the East, two-thirds, the whole eastern two-thirds of the country. And the South, of course, is taking a staggering 71% down there. Let's go now to the West and John Hart.
Walter, Richard Nixon had to win 7 western states in order to get 29 electoral votes. We don't know yet anything from California, whose polls closed about 15 minutes ago. 7 of those electoral votes came from Colorado, where we have about 8% of the vote in now. It's running about 3-2 there. But on the basis of our sample precincts, CBS estimates the president will win by 67%. In the Senate race in Colorado, it's a close race so far, with only 9% of the vote in. Floyd Haskell is making what has to be called a surprising race against incumbent Republican Senator Gordon Allott. Sal Salazar, the Chicano candidate so far, is getting only about 3% of the Spanish-speaking vote. In Nevada, that state went for Richard Nixon, again, as it did in 1968. Montana also went for Richard Nixon tonight, as it did in 1960 and 1968. Only once in this century has Montana gone with a loser in a presidential year, and it's keeping its record. In New Mexico, it did as it has done in 15 consecutive elections and gone with the winner. Going for President Nixon tonight by our sample precinct estimate by 64%. Utah also went for President Nixon by a large margin, 64, and we're still on New Mexico. You can look. All right, we'll do New Mexico Senate. We'll look at the Senate race there, where Pete Domenici picked up the Democratic seat left by...
Mr. Ehrlichman, what about some of the other domestic issues? Welfare reform, is there going to be a new plan? Will it be the same old plan? Are you going to push harder for it this time than last time?
Well, we pushed hard last time, but I think an awful lot of the congressmen have been campaigning on the welfare issue, and they've taken positions. You know, nobody was really thinking about welfare reform until the president advanced the proposal 3 years ago. Now it's an issue. It's a national issue, and I think there have been a lot of positions crystallized by candidates for the Senate and the Congress.
Very briefly, Mr. Ehrlich, I mean, there are some who say that you could have had welfare reform if you'd been willing to make a deal, perhaps at the cost of a few votes, with Senator Ribicoff and the Democratic liberals. Is that so?
No, I don't believe that. I know I watched your show, and that was the implication of the CBS show, but I don't think it's true. Senator Ribicoff didn't have the votes, and we were very near the end of a session. The conservatives in the Senate had it within their power to filibuster right up against the adjournment date. And as we counted it, we simply had a third, and it was just about deadlocked.
Thank you, Mr. Ehrlichman. Walter?
In the South, in Mississippi, Senator Jim Eastland has won his race for re-election over Carmichael, the Republican challenger. He won by, we figure to be about 57 to 41%. In Arkansas, Senator McClellan, the Democrat, won again handily as expected. And also in Louisiana, Democrat J. Bennett Johnston has won in the Senate as expected. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. We have a CBS News estimate on what had been anticipated to be a very close Senate race in New Mexico. And there, the Republican candidate, Domenici, has defeated the Democratic candidate, Jack Daniels, which means another seat that the Republicans have taken from the Democrats. That seat had been occupied by Clinton Anderson, a 24-year veteran in the Senate who retired this year. And with that Republican victory, they now have picked up 4 seats of the 5 they need to gain control of the Senate. Of course, a lot of states have not been heard from yet, but they are moving close to at least one of the coattail objectives of Campaign 72. The races won so far in the Senate. We could go through those very quickly for you. The Republicans have won 11 races and the Democrats 8. The Republicans have won, as expected, holding on to their seats that they now occupy in Massachusetts, in New Jersey, in South Carolina, in Tennessee, and in Texas, in Illinois, and in Kansas. However, they have won Democratic seats in North Carolina, Oklahoma, Virginia, before the announcement we just had for you in New Mexico. So they have picked up 4 seats so far. The Democrats have picked up 1 seat, so the margin should be 3, I suppose, of the seats that the Republicans have picked up so far. The Democrats have won a very close race in Rhode Island, in West Virginia, Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And now let's go for a more complete report from our Middle Western states, and Dan Rather.
Well, Walter, as you can see by the map, the Nixon forces have marched through the breadbasket Midwest like a combine, and as things now stand, only Minnesota, that's the only state standing between Richard Nixon and a complete sweep of the Midwest, meaning that if George McGovern cannot take Minnesota in the Midwest, that it will be the solid Midwest added to the solid South. A couple of very interesting Senate races building up, but first just to give you an idea of how much the president is winning by in the Midwest and how short his coattails in this particular area of the country are proving to be. Take a look, hold it, just something has, this is an upset of the first order here in Iowa, which is about as Republican as you can get. CBS News estimates that the Democrat, Clark, has upset Jack Miller, the Republican, and that Clark's final winning margin will be on the order of 56%. Now, Walter, this could turn out to be the most interesting story of the night, other than the size of President Nixon's landslide, because the Democrat Clark in Iowa was the administrative assistant to Congressman John Culver. Culver, a Democratic congressman in Iowa, was all set to run against Jack Miller. His own polls told him, though, that in the face of a Nixon landslide that he, a Democrat in Iowa, would have no chance. His administrative assistant refused to believe the polls, went out to Iowa, and if our CBS News estimate is correct, has done what his own congressman for whom he worked was unwilling to even try. I'd have to judge that that's the upset of the evening thus far. Jack Miller, incumbent Republican senator in Iowa, losing on the basis of our CBS estimate. CBS News estimates that Clark has won, and I will keep repeating it because it's very hard to believe. But we talked to a Republican senator from out west a few minutes ago, and he said, you know, given the size of President Nixon's winning margin, his coattails just about everywhere are surprisingly small, and it's going to be difficult, says this Republican, to go to Lincoln Day dinners and explain how the president could win by such a wide margin, but the Republican minorities in the House and Senate continue to exist. Well, once over that upset of Jack Miller losing in Iowa, let's go back to our boards and take a look at Michigan, where there's another tight Senate race and another possible upset there, although it would not be quite as great. In Michigan, which has already gone to President Nixon in the Senate race there,
Senator Robert Griffin, Republican, trying for a second term. With 15% of the precincts reporting and the vote in and tabulated, the Griffin is out front. Our CBS News estimate on the Senate race in Michigan is that Griffin is running ahead by about 54%. But we have very few reports from the Detroit area where they've had a lot of voting machine trouble and a heavy vote turnout. And this race could still be very, very close. It is by no means decided. In South Dakota, in the Senate race in South Dakota, another race that was expected to be very, very close. This was the race between the Republican Robert Hirsch and the only Lebanese Rosebud Indian running for the Senate anywhere here or elsewhere, Abaresk. With 3% of the precincts in, it shapes up as an extremely close race. As you may have heard earlier, Senator McGovern has lost his home state, but Abaresk, the Democrat there, trying for that Senate seat, would appear to have at least a decent chance at this hour of running a...
Also went for President Nixon by a large margin, 64, and we're still on New Mexico. You can look. All right, we'll do New Mexico Senate. We'll look at the Senate race there where Pete Domenici picked up the Democratic seat left by Clinton Anderson, who retired this year. In that race, Domenici, Walter, was backed by President Nixon's former image maker, whom you read about in the selling of the president, Harry Treleaven, and his opponent, Jack Daniels, was supported by Hubert Humphrey's old image maker, Joe Napolitan. After Pete Domenici lost the governor's race 2 years ago, he took a little image poll and found out he looked a little young and too neat, so he added 22 pounds and rumpled himself a little bit. Jack Daniels, who's known as the Broderick Crawford of New Mexico politics, looked at his photographs and had them airbrushed so that his jowls didn't come out so much. So if you judge it that way, I guess you can say New Mexico likes some beef on its candidates. Nevada went for President Nixon tonight by 62 to 38%, according to the CBS estimate. This raw vote doesn't mean much, of course. In Utah, again for President Nixon, as it did last time. And there's an interesting thing in Utah. If we can go to the Utah CBS estimate board, after we look at these very sparse popular votes, here's President Nixon winning Utah by 75 to 25%. However, in the Utah governor's race, we have incumbent Democratic Governor Calvin Rampton winning by almost exactly the same percentage, which is an opposite situation, and you certainly can't call that any coattails. Wyoming also went to President Nixon tonight, as it did in 1960 and 1968. So, Walter, the West is holding solid with the rest of the country and keeping some of the high percentages for the president.
Election night 72 will continue in a moment. In this Nixon landslide year, the only state that Senator McGovern has won is in Massachusetts in the east, and that's Mike Wallace's area. Mike?
Walter, there are two Senate races in the East that are as close as any races any place across the country. And both of them, each of them, could be a huge upset if the Democrat were to win. Let's take a look, first of all, at the state of Maine, the Senate race. 29% of that vote is in now, and as you can see, William Hathaway, the Democrat, 22,600. Over Senator Margaret Chase Smith, 20,866. And there's no trend. CBS News just cannot estimate how that race is going to come out. Now, Margaret Chase Smith is 74 years old. She's going after her 5th term in the Senate. Bill Hathaway was a congressman, Democratic congressman, who gave up his seat because he thought that Ed Muskie was going to be at the head of the ticket and he'd ride in on Muskie's coattails. Muskie didn't ride into the nomination, and Hathaway was given up for dead. But in the last month or two, Hathaway has come along very, very fast. Just within the last month, he pulled even, and in some polls, ahead. He's 48 years old. He has campaigned vigorously in just about every community all across the state of Maine. Margaret Chase Smith took Maine for granted, a good many people said. Some of the newspapers felt that she'd been aloof, inaccessible. Just Sunday night, the two of them had a debate. It was suggested that perhaps Hathaway had won the debate. Margaret Chase Smith was turned down in an editorial by the newspaper that she used to work for up there. And
At this moment, it's been going back and forth all night. For a while, we had the Democrat leading. Now there's no trend there. In Delaware, Joseph Biden, 29-year-old challenger of Senator Caleb Boggs. Boggs, 63 years old. He's been governor. He's been senator, going for his third term. He's had 4 terms in the House of Representatives. He's been everything. Mr. Delaware. Joseph Biden, 29 years old. He's had 2 years as Newcastle County Councilman. And he has been a vigorous young challenger. It's the same story in Delaware, much the same story as in Maine. Boggs aloof. It's suggested he's been a rubber stamp for Richard Nixon. Biden said it's time that we had somebody who'll yell in Washington about taxes and ecology and so forth. And that one also, too close to call with 76% of the vote in. If either or both of those should go to the Democrats, you can understand that not only would not the Republicans pick up the 5 they need, I guess they'd be back to just about even, Walter.
We're told that President Nixon has not been watching the returns tonight, but has been receiving them from his aide, H.R. Haldeman, been reporting them to him as they come to the White House by television and some telephone reports from Republican headquarters. The president himself is in his study by a roaring fireplace, his briefcase at his side, and a large yellow legal pad on his knee as he drafts his victory statement. The report to us from Washington. Incidentally, his former Treasury Secretary.
Crowd here, 1,500 or 2,000 people cheering and yelling just as if this evening had all never happened and the votes were still to be cast. The senator himself smiling. He had a nap earlier this evening, we're told. And he's sounded calm these recent days about it all. Said once or twice, whatever happens, I'll still be a United States senator. Said also that he would not run again for the presidency. None of that is on the minds of this crowd. The hands are in the air, peace signs, victory signs, sometimes just flailing balloons, and for all the world you'd think he'd won. This has been a quiet party up until now, but this has ignited it. This is the kind of good crowd that we saw all during the campaign. Those of us who traveled with him were puzzled sometimes. The crowd seemed so good and the poll seemed so bad for him. This is the "We Want George" chant that we've heard a lot of these last couple of months. It's been a physically tiring 2 months for George McGovern. Although we said these last few days, his strength has started to come back to him. His voice, which started to go with about a week's campaigning left, has returned. Thank you very much. And that's the kind of crowd quieting line we all got used to this fall. That George McGovern, thank you very much. You'll notice it hasn't quieted them this time, but it is what he said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Well, here among my friends in South Dakota, where this campaign began almost 22 months ago, we now bring it to an end tonight. And I have just sent the following telegram to President Nixon. Congratulations on your victory. I hope that in the next 4 years, you will lead us to a time of peace abroad and justice at home. You have my full support in such efforts. With best wishes to you and your gracious wife, Pat. Sincerely, George McGovern.
The first presidential concession that I remember hearing was that of Adlai Stevenson in 1952. He recalled the old Lincoln story of the boy who had stubbed his toe in the dark, and when the lad was asked how it felt, he replied, "Well, it hurts too much to laugh, but I'm too old to cry." It does hurt all of us in this auditorium and many others across the country to lose, but we're not going to shed any tears tonight about the great joys that this campaign has brought to us over the past 2 years. All of the satisfaction and joy that we have found in these past 22 months are not going to be washed away with the tears and regrets of one night.
CBS News now estimates that Nixon also has won California.
Greatest outpouring of energy and love that any political effort has ever inspired, at least in my lifetime. Eleanor and I and our family, along with Sergeant and Eunice Shriver, will never forget the people of this campaign. And those we will never forget those that we have seen in countless meeting places all across this country, those we knew about on the telephone and on their feet, who have worked so hard, so terribly hard, for all these many, many long months. The poet Yeats said something that I quoted the night of the Massachusetts primary, and it looks like Massachusetts is coming through again tonight. Yeats said, "Count where man's glory most begins and ends, and say, my glory was I had such friends." And that's the way I feel tonight. Now, the presidency belongs to someone else, but the glory of these devoted working friends and their dedication to the noble ideals of this country sustains us now, and it will sustain our country. We will shed no tears because all of this effort, I am positive, will bear fruit for years to come. There can be no question at all that we have pushed this country in the direction of peace, and I think each one of us loves the title of peacemaker more than any office in the land. And we will press on with that effort until all the bloodshed and all the sorrow have ended once and for all. I want every single one of you to remember and never forget it, that if we pushed the day of peace just one day closer, then every minute and every hour and every bone-crushing effort in this campaign was worth the entire sacrifice. if we have brought into the political process those who never before have experienced either its joy or its sorrows, then that too is an enduring blessing. Now the question is, to what standard does the loyal opposition now rally? We do not rally to the support of policies that we deplore. But we do love this country, and we will continue to beckon it to a higher standard. So I ask all of you tonight to stand with your convictions. I ask you not to despair of the political process of this country, because that process has yielded to much valuable improvement in these past 2 years. The Democratic Party will be a better party because of the reforms that we have carried out. The nation will be better because we never once gave up the long battle to renew its oldest ideals and to redirect its current energies along more humane and hopeful paths. So let us play the proper role of the loyal opposition, and let us play it in those familiar words from Isaiah that I've quoted so frequently. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. God bless you. Good night.
So Senator McGovern's campaign that began 22 months ago as he sought the presidency, in which he has traveled over 200,000 miles, 96,000 miles since the convention itself, more than any other candidate in history, which he spent more than $40 million, comes to an end. The 50-year-old senator from South Dakota has 2 more years of his present term in the Senate, and then he must stand for re-election in South Dakota if that is his choice for his political future. The immediate future is what role he will play in the Democratic Party. A National Democratic Committee meeting in Washington on December the 9th will very likely decide the immediate future of the party that went down to an historic defeat tonight. CBS News coverage of election night 72 will continue in a moment. Our CBS News estimates on those western races are beginning to pour in now, and John Hart has several of them for us.
Well, the president has won 10 seats of 10 states of the 13 in the West, all but Alaska, Arizona, and Hawaii. He's won in Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, and now, as you said a little earlier, in California, which is the one large state after Massachusetts that Senator McGovern thought he had a good shot at. The Nixon people worked very hard there to better the McGovern canvassing effort that was so successful during the primaries, and apparently they were successful, California going for Richard Nixon. Washington State went for Richard Nixon as well. This is one of the 2 states in the West that the president did not win in 1968. And it shows, at least our estimate is, that the president will win by 59 to 41% in Washington. In Oregon, a state that went for Richard Nixon in 1968, went for him again in 1972 by a margin of 10 percentage points. And by the same margin, Mark Hatfield, the incumbent senator from Oregon, the Republican who once predicted that President Nixon might be dumped in 1972, has won in his challenge by Wayne Morse, the 4-term Democrat who wanted to come back to the Senate. Mark Hatfield is the one who ran on a slogan, "We can't afford to lose him," and apparently Oregon agreed. Over in Wyoming, there's another Senate race that went to the Republicans, or that was kept by the Republicans. Cliff Hansen beating off a weak challenge from bar owner Mike Vinich of Hudson, Wyoming. Hansen spending about $200,000, Walter, on that race, and the last we heard from Mike Vinich, he had $2,000 to spend. I guess it just wasn't enough.
return from Colorado on that referendum out there regarding the Olympics. Colorado voters have cut off all funds for the 1976 Winter Olympics, and the International Olympic Committee, it is believed, cannot possibly hold the games there without the state funds, without which there wouldn't be matching federal funds either. So the Winter Olympics of 1976 are apparently not going to be in Colorado, are going to have to be moved.
Well, there was some talk, you know, that some private parties who were interested in bringing the Olympics there, some businessmen, might try and raise that much money, but it's going to be hard to raise enough to get the federal government to match that.
Yeah, that's the point, and apparently the general consideration of the Olympic Committee and some others is that it just can't be done without the full, wholehearted support backed by money, which is the only way you can really tell whether you've got wholehearted support or not, I guess, in anything for the Olympic Games. CBS News now can say, on the basis of our sample precincts, that Senator Margaret Chase Smith of Maine has been defeated this year, despite the Republican landslide across this United States and in Maine itself. In the presidential column, Margaret Chase Smith has lost. Our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes are in, it will be a 55 to 45% margin for the Democrat candidate Hathaway. And Mike Wallace will give us all the details on that in just a moment. This now brings the Senate net gain for Republicans or Democrats to 0. They each have picked up 5 seats from the other, and that means that the Senate will be in about the same composition, although with some new faces in 1973 when it meets again in January. The totals now, as you see, 15 Senate races, the Republicans have won, 13 the Democrats have won. That's a total of 28, so there are 5 outstanding races, and most of those are Republican seats anyway. In the House, the situation is about the same according to our news estimate. The Republicans will win some seats there, perhaps as many as 16 or 17 seats, but that's not enough. They need 39 to gain control of the House of Representatives, so it appears that President Nixon will again have a Democratic Congress. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment.
I first want to express my deep appreciation to every one of you, the millions of you who gave me your support in the election today. And I want to express my respect for millions of others who gave their support to Senator McGovern. I know that after a campaign, when one loses, he can feel very, very low, and his supporters as well may feel that way. And when he wins, as you will note when I get over to the Shoreham, people are feeling very much better. The important thing in our process, however, is to play the game. And in the great game of life, and particularly the game of politics, what is important is that on either side, more Americans voted this year than ever before. And the fact that you won or you lost must not keep you from keeping in the great game of politics in the years ahead, because the better competition we have between the two parties, between the two men running for office, whatever office that may be, means that we get the better people and the better programs for our country. And now that the election is over, it is time to get on with the great tasks that lie before us. I've tried to conduct myself in this campaign in a way that would not divide our country, not divide it regionally or by parties or in any other way. Because I very firmly believe that what unites America today is infinitely more important than those things which divide us. We are united, Americans, North, East, West, and South, both parties, in our desire for peace. Peace with honor, the kind of a peace that will last. And we are moving swiftly toward that great goal, not just in Vietnam, but a new era of peace in which the old relationships between the two superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, and between the world's most populous nation, the People's Republic of China and the United States, are changed so that we are on the eve of what could be the greatest generation of peace true peace for the whole world that man has ever known. This is a great goal, bigger than whether we're Democrats or Republicans. And it's one that I think you will want to work with me, with all of us, in helping to achieve. There are other goals that go with that. The prosperity without war and without inflation that we have all wanted and that we now can have. And the progress for all Americans, the kind of progress so that we can say to any young American, whatever his background, that he or she in this great country has an equal chance to go to the top in whatever field he or she may choose. I have noted in listening to the returns a few minutes ago that several commentators have reflected on the fact that this may be one of the great political victories of all time. In terms of votes, that may be true. But in terms of what a victory really is, a huge landslide margin means nothing at all unless it is a victory for America. It will be a victory for America only if in these next 4 years we, all of us, can work together to achieve our common great goals of peace at home and peace for all nations in the world, and for that new progress and prosperity which all Americans deserve. I would only hope that in these next 4 years we can so conduct ourselves in this country and so meet our responsibilities in the world, in building peace in the world, that years from now, people will look back to the generation of the 1970s at how we've conducted ourselves. And they will say, God bless America. And thank you very much.
President Nixon will be going on to the Shoreham Hotel where the victory party is underway, and Vice President Agnew is expected to join him there very shortly. Thus, the 59-year-old president completes his last political campaign, presumably. It marks a remarkable comeback from the depths of political despair. Just 10 years ago tonight, turns out that President Nixon, or then Vice President Nixon, no, he wasn't even vice president then. He'd been defeated for the presidency in 1962, he appeared in a ballroom of a Los Angeles hotel to concede defeat in the governorship race in California. And it was at that time that he said he wouldn't be running for office again. He told the newsmen, as you remember in that statement, that they wouldn't have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore. Well, in just 10 years since then, he has come back to tonight win one of the greatest landslide victories in the history of this nation. It may turn out to be the greatest landslide victory. Remarkably enough, he did that by traveling more in 1966 to elect governors and congressmen and senators and to build up a group of political IOUs for the 1968 race, travel more by almost twice, as he did this year in his re-election campaign. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. This has to be a tremendously satisfying evening for all of you who've worked so hard to re-elect our great president. Just as it has to be a very satisfying evening for workers all over the country who were active in the re-elect effort, and for those who worked so arduously for the candidates of their choice. It's wonderful to have a winner in politics. But I would say that whether one wins or one loses, there is much to be learned out of the political effort and in the political arena. One of the things that satisfies me most about this election is the chance that I've had to be associated with a great president, a president whose policies have been put before the American people, a president who, the better he is known by the American people, the more he is loved by the American people. And it's just wonderfully satisfying, I'm sure, for our president to recognize that while he won in 1968, he won on faith. He won on the fact that he had made certain commitments to the American people. But in 1972, he won not on faith, he won on performance. He won on the fact that he'd performed those commitments. Now, I heard President Nixon on the tube just a few minutes ago, and I heard him say something that I thought was very significant and very important to us all. He said that no matter whether this victory is one of an unprecedented margin or not, it is not a satisfying victory unless it is a victory for the American people. That is the kind of attitude that a president must bring to his office if this country is to be united. I want to express my personal appreciation to everyone who has worked so hard in this campaign, to the members of my family who have suffered through so much political activity. And believe me, political families at campaign time have to give up a little of the ordinary way of life, but they have enjoyed it too, and the result is gratifying. I also want to say to all the candidates who won, whatever party they represent, that they have one of the most precious things that representatives of a free people can have. They have the unchallenged approval of the majority of their constituencies. They don't have to rely on any kind of police power for their mandate, because in our country, the right to govern comes directly from the people, and they have won it. But in winning, of course, they must reach out the hand of conciliation to those who have voted for someone else in good conscience, in good faith. For myself, I can only say that I hope that the performance of the Nixon-Agnew administration in the next 4 years will satisfy not only those who supported the ticket this year, but those who didn't. I hope that we will all unite behind one of the strongest, one of the most temperate, courageous leaders of our time, President Nixon. And now the big moment that we've all been awaiting is almost here. The President has left the Oval Office with the members of the First Family and is on his way to this hall. And in the meantime, let me simply say, enjoy and savor what you worked for and won. Thank you.
Hotel, the winning team for 4 more years. President Nixon, who has just presented Vice President Agnew, although the Vice President has spoken a few minutes ago. This is a moment for history, and the President is in no hurry to speak. He's already spoken from the White House, and now to the loyal workers who supported him through this campaign, he wants them to savor the moment.
Mr. Vice President, Mrs. Agnew, all of our very distinguished guests here at the Shoreham Hotel and the very distinguished audience listening on television and radio. At Ontario, California on Saturday night, at the conclusion of a speech to what was estimated a crowd of 50,000, I said, this is the last time I will ever be addressing a campaign rally as a candidate. Well, it may be that was the last campaign rally as a candidate, but this means tonight we still have a rally right here. Now, let me briefly touch upon several significant things about this election. First, and this for me is rather unusual, I've never known a national election when I would be able to go to bed earlier than tonight. Second, I want to say here to this great audience and to all of those who will be listening on television and radio that I know from having been a candidate for vice president and a vice president for 8 years, that this is always a team campaigning for office. I want you to know that during the period, the last several weeks since the convention, when I've had to be in Washington for reasons that all of you could well understand, that I watched the vice president as he carried the major burden of campaigning. I watched with no concern and considerable amusement the attempts that were being made by some rather vicious heckling to get under his skin and get him to blow his cool. Let me say, the real test of a campaigner is to go through the fire of a campaign when he's taken all the heat. The vice president has proved he's a great campaigner. I was going to say he can take it and he can dish it out too. I also would like to pay tribute to all of the other members of the team. I refer, of course, to our campaign chairman, Clark McGregor, to John Mitchell, his predecessor, to Maurice Stans, our finance chairman, to all of the members of the cabinet team who did such a magnificent job traveling through this country, to representatives from the Congress, the House, the Senate, and the national administration who carried the story that we wanted to tell throughout the land. They were a great team. I think they've been a great team over the past 4 years, and in this campaign, when you add up those states to what has been called a rather significant victory, they get a great deal of the credit, I can assure you. I also want to pay tribute to another group that too often is overlooked. I wrote a book after the election defeat of 1960, and one of the chapters of that book dealt with the campaign of 1960. When you write a book, you're supposed to dedicate it to somebody. And not being an expert at this sort of thing, I just put on the flyleaf of the dedication page on this book about the campaign of 1960. I dedicated it to Pat. She also ran. I want all of you to know tonight how very grateful we should be to the wives of our cabinet members, to the distaff members, as sometimes I guess we can still call them that in these days, when we're supposed to be very careful about how you describe people. But in any event, at least, shall we say, to our first ladies, and they're always our first ladies in our own families, I'm simply very, very proud of all of them. I can summarize how I feel about all of our campaign in this way. Our speakers throughout campaigned hard. Our speakers throughout campaigned clean. They campaigned on the issues, and I'm proud of the campaign they put on, and it showed in the results. Something else was new in this campaign. All of us know, of course, about those young voters. And I recall at the convention that we were told by some of the enthusiasts there on our convention that the predictions were wrong, that because of the overwhelming youth vote that was going to go against us, that we had a very, very hard row to hoe if we were to win this election. Let me say, based on the results I have seen today, we have accomplished what was thought to be the impossible. We've not only won a majority of the votes of America, but we've won a majority of the votes of young Americans. All of you should know that one who stands in this position with 4 years ahead must think of what he wants for those 4 years, and we want, of course, many things. We want to do the very best job we can for all the country, for all people in our society. We want to have in mind, too, the fact that in this election, it was very unusual in another respect. It was not region against region. It was not one age group against another age group. It was not party against party. I think we can be proud of the fact that as we look at our majority, which is a very large majority, it comes from all of America. Let us remember that in these next 4 years, we're not going to work for one group against another. We are dedicated to work for all Americans to make this a greater country. To those millions of Democrats and independents who supported us, as well as, of course, to the Republicans who supported us in overwhelming numbers, you have our deep appreciation. To all those who work so hard, our appreciation. I'll never be able to thank all of you personally, not even get all the letters out that I would like. But I know what you did, and I know how much you contributed. I would simply like to leave one final thought with you, perhaps in a personal sense. No one knows before the votes are counted how it's going to come out. No one really would have predicted after our convention that we were going to win this kind of a victory. And now at the present time, I notice some of the commentators are referring to the fact that it may be the greatest victory in American political history. Let me tell you, I have two reactions to that. Of course, it's great on election night to think that we've won a victory, but this will be a great victory depending upon what we do with it. In other words, we win elections not simply for the purpose of beating the other party or the other person, but to get the opportunity to do good things for our country. And the next 4 years will be the time that we will try to make ourselves worthy of this victory. I will simply say, in that connection, it was a great victory. But the greater the victory, the greater the responsibility, the greater the opportunity. And we're going to try to meet it, dedicating ourselves to those great goals that I've discussed at such great length throughout this campaign and will in the next 4 years, building that world of peace, of real peace with honor throughout the world, and building at home, not only peace at home, but the new prosperity and the progress for all Americans that is so close to our hearts. And finally, on that personal note, about 30 days ago, when I was sitting in the Lincoln sitting room late at night trying to get some materials ready for a National Security Council meeting the next morning, Tricia dropped into the room around 10:30 or 11. She was going out to dedicate a dam or something at a non-political affair. And she was asking me, she was trying to get some suggestions about remarks, and I find that whenever I make suggestions of remarks to Tricia or Julie or Eddie Cox, they always can do better without any suggestions. But I made a couple. And then, before she left the room, she turned and said, you know, Daddy, did you ever stop to think that this is your last campaign? And I said, yes, I have. And as I think of what she said that night, I simply want to say from the bottom of my heart, thanks for making our last campaign the very best one of all. Thank you.
President Nixon and Vice President Agnew speaking to the assembled Republicans celebrating their landslide victory at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington, D.C. Jeff Williams is with the Minnesota Senators Humphrey and Walter Mondale, who won his bid for re-election tonight. Come in, Jeff, the Senators.
Well, Walter, one of the bright spots for the Democrats tonight has to be here, where Senator Walter Mondale has won another term, another re-election here. And a curious note is 24 years ago, he was working for Senator Humphrey. And tonight, Senator Humphrey, who is here and one of his strongest supporters, said Senator Mondale may go to the very top, to the White House. Senator Mondale, the Richard Nixon was not able to carry in a Republican Senate on his coattails tonight. Do you foresee any confrontations between the Senate and the President coming up in the next 4 years, particularly over Vietnam?
Well, if the war doesn't end, very definitely there'll be a confrontation. We want that war over. We hope the President wants it over. That's one of the unresolved questions at the time of the election. But that ought to be number one on everyone's agenda to end that war. But I would say it's that most of us feel that the Senate should be with the President when he's right and oppose him when we think he's wrong. I don't think that when we have divided government like this, that it either serves the national interest or anybody's political interest just to be negative.
Senator Humphrey is one of the senior men in the party now. What trends do you foresee in the Democratic Party? What new directions after Senator McGovern's rather heavy defeat?
Well, I would like to just personalize it for a moment. I see here in Senator Mondale the kind of politics and personality that is able to bring together the forces that are necessary for victory. If you could look around this room, you see literally hundreds of young people, strong McGovern supporters. You see the party regulars, our friends from organized labor, the senior citizens, our farm people. They're here, and they all voted for Senator Mondale. I mean, overwhelmingly. Senator Mondale just didn't win a victory out here. That's one thing. He has over 60% of the vote right now, and I think that's an amazing victory. And on top of that, we've come through with legislative victories in the state of Minnesota and others. So when you say, what does it take to put the party back on the victory trail, I think the best way to tell you is that it takes a man like Fritz Mondale, my colleague here, somebody that doesn't go too far one way, but is yet a man of great idealism, and it also has a record, a legislative record.
I should say that one of the legislators who got elected was Hubert's son. We got another Humphrey in Minnesota now, a state senator.
Yes, and I'm mighty happy. I'm mighty happy.
Senator, I was just wondering about the leadership of the Democratic Party now that have suffered tonight a defeat of landslide proportions. The Democratic National Committee has been considerably reorganized under the so-called McGovern reforms. There are some 304 members of the committee instead of 110 now. It's generally conceded that McGovernites in that committee may total around 40% of the committee, with kind of a swing vote there of old Muskie supporters. Where do you think the party will go? Who will lead the party out of the depths of the despair of 72 now?
Well, I think we'll have to look to men like Senator Mondale here and Ted Kennedy and others that are leaders in the Congress. I don't want to advocate any great purge. I think that would be wrong. There are lots of people here that were what you call McGovernites that have worked very hard, have done a good job. They've become active party people. They are Democrats. Now, we've got to make sure that what we do is to build our party and not to just tear it apart. I think I can help. I don't want anything. I hope that I can be a healing force in the party. I'm not trying to run for anything. I can assure you I'm not a candidate. You don't have to worry. I've had my time, and I've enjoyed it. People have treated me well. I have had many honors. Now I want to help my party, and I want to help my country, and I believe I can, and I'm going to try to be a force for good and for balance and for forward progress for our party without going off the deep end.
Well, now, Senator Humphrey, this statement of Senator Mondale there a moment ago sounded a little bit like maybe he is running for something. Your statement sounded like he is. What do you think, Senator Mondale, about the makeup of the party now and what should be done in the National Committee?
Yours.
Oh, no, I ask you, Senator Mondale. Come on.
Well, I have no such plans. I've just sought the office of the Senate again. The voters of Minnesota were kind enough to send me down here. I have no such plans. I'm just celebrating a wonderful victory.
Well, wait a minute now. I know he doesn't have any plans, and we're not trying to nominate anybody tonight. But there are new leaders in this party, and one of them is right by my side, and he is a leader. He has an impressive victory here, and I submit that I know him. I know what he can do. I don't know whether he'll be the candidate in 76 or not. I hope he is. I really do, and I'm going to work for it. He doesn't know that, but I am. but I think that he can do a great job as a national leader. Now, my role is entirely different. My role is what it's been in Minnesota for many years, trying to hold a party together, working for our candidates. I'm not trying to be noble. I like to be a good competitor, but this time I want to help somebody else.
Senator Humphrey, there are those who would say that what you have on your hands here is a shambles of a party. Particularly, Senator Humphrey, the party is facing disaster areas in the South, Midwest, and West. Now, isn't the party going to have to oscillate a little more toward the center, that is, away from the political left side of the spectrum, in order to have any chance at all, even in 1976?
Well, first of all, let's keep in mind that we had, despite Mr. Nixon's landslide victory, the Democrats did well in the Congress. We didn't lose any real strength in the Congress, particularly in the Senate. We kept some governorships. We picked up legislators. And what we're going to have to do is to get the image of our party back where it belongs, namely that it's a party that's for the working families of this country, that it's one that has room for the young and has a definite place for the elected political leadership of the nation. I think we can do it, really. You say a shambles? No, it's not a shambles. The party's not out here in a shambles. As a matter of fact, we hope that we might even be able to pull a McGovern victory in Minnesota yet tonight. But as I looked around the country, I think there's a lot of strength in the Democratic Party, and there's an amazing Democratic registration. So we'll go ahead and build on that.
Any possibility, Senator Humphrey, of getting a man of the stature of, let's say, John Connally of Texas back in the fold and away from the Nixon wing?
Yes, I think so. He says he's a Democrat. I believe in redemption and forgiveness of sin, and I think that John would be willing to forgive me of mine. So we are welcoming everybody back into the Democratic Party that ever left, and we want to bring some more in.
Senator, also, when you look back over the long campaign, where do you think that Senator McGovern might have stumbled the most? Particularly, I think of California. You were critical of him over the Democrats, cutting the budget severely. Was this a turning point in the campaign, do you think?
Look, I'm the last man you ought to ask about how you stumble. I've won some, but I've lost some. And the last couple of times in the nomination, I lost it. I'm not going to stand in criticism of it. We'll have plenty of time to work that over and look it over. I'm primarily interested now in putting our party back on good, steady ground, keeping our labor movement friends within the party, bringing the coalition of the minorities, the young, the elderly, the women in this party. We were on the right track. I guess we got some imagery here in 72 that hurt us. But we can win. We can win. I haven't any doubt about that.
Senator Mondale?
Yes.
This is Roger Mudd. How are you?
Hi, Roger.
You remember a year or so ago we were talking about the New South, and you said how interested you were in the moderating movements in the South. If you've had a chance to look at the results tonight, it's not moderate anymore. It's a sharp turn to the right. Spong was defeated as a strong conservative from North Carolina, Jesse Helms. A strong conservative from Georgia, Sam Nunn. What do you think the tone is going to be in the Senate?
Well, I don't know. While this was happening, we also saw the election of some very fine new liberal Democrats elsewhere in the country. And what the basic philosophical direction of the Democratic caucus will be, I don't know. I think it'll be somewhat the same as we've seen it. I was particularly saddened to see the loss of Senator Spong, who I thought, we disagreed on many things, he's a Southerner, but I thought Bill Spong was one of the outstanding legislators in the country. That almost broke my heart when the news came through.
But given, Senator, the overwhelming vote that the president got, just how much effective opposition can you mount against an administration which has pulled in 65% of the vote?
Well, I think when they're wrong, I think we've got the votes to stop them in the Senate. The last part of this Senate session, we were able to show the president that on these budgetary matters where human issues were involved, human programs were involved, I think we showed a great deal of strength. And I believe in the new Senate we can do the same. Now, when the president's right, I think we ought to support him. But I think there is a strong Democratic majority in the Senate, and I think we can operate for the best interests of our country. I've just won by an overwhelming vote here in Minnesota. I'm not bragging. but I ran as a liberal Democrat. I didn't hide my record. I ran on a program of social reform, of progress in helping human beings, of better health for our old people, strong programs to protect the environment. I didn't pull my punches one single bit. And my opponent attacked me as being too liberal. The voters listened to both sides and elected me by an overwhelming margin. I think the people of this country want progress, and I think if the president reads this election as a strong endorsement and a move to the right, I think he's just plain wrong, and I think you'll find that out.
Thank you very much, Senator Mondale. Thank you, Senator Humphrey. We're climbing up now toward almost half of the nation's vote counted, and President Nixon has 34 million votes to George McGovern's 14 million votes. That is a slip in the percentage margin that the president has over Senator McGovern. 62% now of the vote has gone to the president, to 37% for Senator McGovern. That is slipping down toward that 61.1% margin with which President Johnson defeated Senator Goldwater in 1964, which is the highest percentage of any popular vote margin in our history, in our recent history at any rate, the last 100 years. And that is a figure that obviously President Nixon would like to beat tonight. But at the moment, he's down to 62%. On the electoral vote, it looks like the second greatest defeat ever handed to a candidate, with Nixon 498 electoral votes now and leading for the 10 outstanding votes for 508. McGovern 17 electoral votes. Only those in Massachusetts and in the District of Columbia have gone to Senator McGovern. However, he will not go down as the heaviest loser in electoral votes. That honor still goes to Alf Landon of Kansas, defeated by Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 36. An interesting thing about these figures tonight, in the early part of the evening, state after state was reporting record voting. However, it turns out that those were overestimates on the part of the secretaries of state around the United States. It is not going to be a record, it looks like now. CBS News estimate, based on the vote counted so far and in our sample precincts, would indicate 74 million votes cast this year. It would take 88 million votes, another 14 million, to establish a new record. And this figure, as a matter of fact, with 74 million, is right down about 53.5% of the eligible voters in the United States. That would be the lowest percentage since 1948, when in that election year when Harry Truman upset Tom Dewey, 51.5% of the eligible voters actually cast a vote. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters. We want to take a look again at our presidential vote. They tell me that our computer was showing a 10 million vote error at that time. I don't recall what it was, but whatever we said seems to have been wrong. At any rate, we got another 1% of the nation's precincts counted now, and President Nixon has 24,644,000. George McGovern, 14,495,000. That percentage remains the same, 62% and 37%. We have a couple of calls out west in the gubernatorial races. In Washington, Republican Dan Evans has turned back former Governor Albert Rossellini, who was trying to unseat him, as even Dan Evans had done to him several years ago. But Rossellini failed. The Republicans hold on to the State House in Washington. In the state of Montana, Democrat Thomas Judge has won the governor's race, defeating the Republican Ed Smith. The retiring governor was Democratic, so there's no change in the state of Montana. Dan Rather, can you give us a fill-in now on what's been happening in the Middle West?
Well, as a matter of fact, Walter, I know that some people may be thinking that tonight's election, once you got past the early hour, has been about as dull as watching grass grow, but there's some pretty exciting things happening in the Midwest. First of all, in Minnesota, this is George McGovern's last stand in Minnesota. And in the actual vote count in Minnesota, McGovern actually leads. Well, we've just had a change, but this is the CBS News estimate. And our estimate at the moment is that President Nixon has a significant lead in Minnesota and may be carrying the state by as much as 52%. Now, Minnesota is the last of it in the Midwest. If McGovern doesn't carry Minnesota, that means he's been wiped out completely in the Midwest, not carrying a single state there. In the Missouri governor's race, Missouri has not had a Republican governor since 1940. Christopher Kit Bond was 1 year old the last time Missouri had a Republican governor. With 63% of the precincts reporting, this is the actual tabulated vote. Bond has a widening lead over Ed Dowd, a former FBI agent and a man who is the father of 8 children. Our CBS News estimate is that Bond's final winning total in Missouri, a Republican taking that governor's chair, will be on the order of 56%. In South Dakota, in the Senate race, reverse coattails in South Dakota, and a Senate victory for the Democrats. In that James Abourezk, CBS News estimates he has won the race with a total of about 54% of the vote. Now, George McGovern couldn't carry his home state, but in South Dakota, apparently Democratic candidates have won in the governor's race and in the Senate race. Abourezk is a dove on the war. He has been a congressman. He's pro-amnesty, opposes jets to Israel, and it can only happen in America. He is the son of a man who immigrated to the United States after being a pack peddler in Lebanon, and he is part Indian, American Indian as well. In the Illinois governor's race, and here is a real cliffhanger and part of the story in Illinois and Chicago. The Illinois race is going to narrow down to possibly the closest race in the country. With 48% of the precincts reporting in Illinois in the gubernatorial race, President Nixon has carried the state, Republican Senator Percy has carried the state, but the Democrat candidate for governor, Daniel Walker, is leading the incumbent Republican, Richard Ogilvie. Here's a question of whether President Nixon's coattails can carry Ogilvie in or not. Now, that's with 48% of the vote in and tabulated, 48% of the precincts reporting anyway, but the CBS News estimate in that Illinois gubernatorial race is that it's simply too close for us to make any, even a guess at this stage. Now, here's what's happening. The Daily Machine in Chicago is in serious trouble. For one thing, although Chicago, by a very slight margin apparently, went Democratic, we're talking about the city itself, Cook County in Illinois, with 50% of the vote, went for President Nixon. And Mayor Daley's wards simply have not, up to this point, delivered for him. And in the all-important race for the state's attorney in Cook County, it's a tight race between Edward Hanrahan, the incumbent, and the so-called protector of the Daily Machine, in that he has the strings on what is investigated and what is prosecuted and what isn't. Hanrahan, at our last report, was trailing the Republican, Bernard Carey, in that all-important race for state's attorney in Cook County. Now, the Daily people were very quick to say, all during the campaign, that in this Hanrahan-Carey race, it was a matter of survival of the machine. It was life or death for the machine. If Hanrahan left, that the Daily Machine might well be through in Illinois. Now, we're not prepared to say as yet that Hanrahan has lost the race, but it's very, very tight, and Hanrahan is trailing. So this could be very hot in Chicago and Illinois. It looks like, Walter, it might go very well right down to the wire in both the governor's race and the Hanrahan race. Now, in Iowa, incumbent Republican Governor Robert Ray has won with 55% of the vote. In North Dakota, the race for governor is too close to call between Republican Richard Larson and Democrat Arthur Link. And for whatever it may be worth, Walter, you recall we told you once, I think, that a man running for Congress in Missouri was running on the slogan, "It's fourth down and goal to go America." Well, if so, they couldn't get it into the end zone. Russell Sloan, who was campaigning on that slogan and hoping to come in on President Nixon's coattails, didn't make it. Fourth down and goal to go. He lost to Jerry Litton.
Started a report a little while ago and got cut off with something happening, something unimportant like a couple of states falling to President Nixon, something like that. John Connally, who headed Democrats for Nixon, said a little while ago down in Houston, Texas, that President Nixon offered him a job in the new administration. I hope I have the good sense to turn it down. He said that all he really wants to do is to continue in private law practice in Houston, and that he's not cutting off a future in politics, but that's his present intention.
Walter, I would guess that President Nixon offered John Connally the job of Secretary of State, that John Connally would take his arm off.
The Senate races tonight have been very interesting across the board, and I'm going to tell you about them in just 1 second after I tell you that the popular vote count has now gone over the halfway mark. We now have 51% of the nation's precincts counted, and President Nixon is retaining his 62 to 37% lead over Senator McGovern. The count, 25,184,000 for President Nixon, 14,837,000 about for Senator McGovern.
in the Senate. It's been very interesting tonight. The Republicans have lost 4 seats. The Democrats have lost 4 to the Republicans. So it's a push so far. There are 3 races outstanding which are quite interesting, very close, in Delaware, Colorado, and Montana. I'm going to call on Mike Wallace to tell us about that close Delaware race, and then we'll go to John Hart for the 2 western races in Colorado and Montana. Mike?
Walter, take a look at that board that shows the Delaware race. 93% of precincts in Delaware are now reporting, and Senator Caleb Boggs has 107,492 votes. 29-year-old Joseph Biden has 107,599 votes. In other words, Biden is just a little bit ahead in Delaware. As I said earlier, he's the Newcastle County Councilman. He'll be 30 years old enough to get into the Senate should he win on November the 20th. And he's run an extraordinary campaign. From 38 points down in August, he's come all the way up to be neck and neck with Senator Caleb Boggs. In a sense, it's the script of the candidate all over again. Boggs, the man who said that he could do everything that had to be done for Delaware. Biden, the young fellow who wanted to talk about ecology and taxes and one thing and another. And there they are, neck and neck. And I guess it's not going to be decided, who knows, a half an hour, 2 hours, Walter.
Maybe not till the recount. It's that close at the end. John Hart, how about your 2 Senate races?
Surprise for the Republicans in Colorado, Walter. They had expected Republican Senator Gordon Llewellyn Allott to win by 8 or 10 points. At least that's what the polls showed. But Democratic lawyer from Denver, Floyd Haskell, who was a Republican until 2 years ago and left the Republican Party, differing with President Nixon on the invasion of Cambodia and the nomination of Harold Carswell, has surprisingly been leading Senator Allott throughout the evening, anywhere from 2 to 6 to 7,000 votes. And it fluctuates back and forth, but it's far too close to call yet. But it is a surprise that they are that close and that Floyd Haskell is leading. Before we move on to Montana, the other pending race, we want to mention that the Idaho Senate race has been won by the Republicans. The Republican seat left by Len Jordan, who retired, won by Congressman James McClure, a 3-term conservative congressman, winning over William Bud Davis, who was president of Idaho State College and who said upon resigning in order to run, only a man who was out of his gourd would give up his job as university president. He may be saying that again tonight. In Montana, we haven't mentioned this evening, Senator Lee Metcalf, wanting to return to the Senate. He is a liberal Democrat, one of the founders of the ADA, running against Henry Hibbard. He seems to be fairly comfortable with only 19% of the vote in, but we can't tell exactly at this point what's going to happen in that race, although Metcalf has a comfortable lead. In the Montana governor's race, it was won by Lieutenant Governor Thomas Judge, Lieutenant Governor DeForest Anderson, who retired this year, winning over Edward Big Ed Smith, a 6'5" rancher from Dagmar, who dropped out of school in the 8th grade to become a big-time rancher of sheep, cattle, hogs, and grain. The interesting thing in this race, Walter, is that one of the big arguments was a $2 to $6 million surplus in the state treasury in Montana. The Republicans accusing the Democrats of too much of a surcharge by taxes, and the Democrats saying, well, no, that's because we were so efficient.
It's interesting where a state has a surplus to argue about instead of the other way around. Right. Taxes have brought down a lot of governors tonight. Then from Saigon, we have the first reaction of the South Vietnamese government to President Nixon's re-election. It said that it showed the American people voted according to common sense for peace with honor. With regard to the continuity of American policy in Vietnam and the restoration of a just peace, we are very pleased to share the wise choice of the American people. The statement of Foreign Minister Tran Van Lam. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. Texas, Houston to be exact, a new district there, has elected the first black woman to Congress ever elected to Congress from the South. She is Barbara Jordan, and in Houston, Jed Duvall is with her now. Jed?
Thank you, Walter. Ms. Jordan, as you heard Walter explain, of course, you're the first black woman elected to Congress from the South. All right. This is a frighten you a bit, being this much a part of history?
Well, it really doesn't frighten me, because I've been a part of history before. The first black woman elected to the Texas State Senate and served in that body. And I just think that being a part of history provides a challenging opportunity which otherwise would not be provided.
Now, this was a new district that you were elected from. Did you get help from the Texas white establishment in creating that district? Did you have a hand in that?
In drafting the bill which created this new legislative district, it had to be passed by the Texas State Senate, by the House of Representatives, signed by the Speaker of the House, the Lieutenant Governor, and the Governor. Now, if that constitutes white establishment help, I needed the cooperation of all of those bodies, the interworkings of that structure, to create the district, and I did have their help.
Let's look ahead now. You go off to Congress, and as a result of what you've seen tonight, the tremendous mandate given the Nixon administration, what do you look forward to?
Well, I think the Congress will reassert its independence as the legislative branch of government, providing a check and a balance to the actions of the executive. Mr. Nixon did receive a mandate, but the United States Congress is going to be democratically controlled, and I think that Congress will provide the proper kind of balance and weight to the kinds of decisions which Mr. Nixon would make.
Thank you very much. The first woman elected, the first black woman elected to the Congress from the South, Barbara Jordan of Houston.
I might note that Shirley Chisholm, who was the first black placed before a convention for nomination, who ran as a candidate for the Democratic nomination, has won re-election in her New York district by a large margin, 87%. Yvonne Braithwaite Burke, who won great prominence as one of the chairpersons at the Democratic National Convention, running from the Watts district in Los Angeles. We have no returns as yet on that race. For some thoughts on, one thing, we just had a call for the CBS News estimate, at any rate, from the state of Montana, indicating that Democrat Lee Metcalf has won re-election there. When all the votes are counted, we believe the total will be around 54% of the vote to his opposition, 46%. Now for some thoughts on President Nixon's new mandate. Let's go back to Eric Sevareid.
Well, we heard a good deal from Hubert Humphrey a little while ago about the necessity to heal the wounds of the Democratic Party and their future, but what's really more important, of course, is where the re-elected president will take the government and take us all in the next 4 years. He's now stronger than his own party, of course. Doesn't have the Senate or the House, but he's got some ideological change in the Senate that may help him to a degree. There will be new appointments. He may have one or two Supreme Court judges to appoint in the next 4 years. There will be some cabinet changes, obviously. Have been much discussed. Mr. Agnew seems very well positioned as of now for to run 4 years from now. The John Connolly future in that direction doesn't look particularly rosy, I wouldn't think. I don't know what Teddy thinks about that, but I would think one thing, Teddy, that the president do a lot of traveling in the next year or so, wouldn't you? He loves that, and there are things to do in Europe, particularly.
I think he regards this as foreign policy has always been that thing which interested him most. He's just taken what he considers are the first steps in foreign policy. There are dreams he talks about of a great European summit conference to finally settle World War II in Europe. The peace in the Middle East is unfinished, and I know that lies on his mind. There I believe he considers his foreign policy only in the outline stage, and so much more has to be done.
I think, though, much of this is going to be governed by the whole problem of the budget, taxes, inflation. The budget's essentially out of control. Even if you added no more big programs, you're going to probably have to raise taxes. The inflation still worries them a great deal. I would think on domestic things there's going to be a hold down, a slowdown all around, wouldn't you?
Well, I think so. I think also there's going to be a new shape to that thing as he reshuffles his cabinet. We all know that Secretary Laird is leaving. I believe Secretary Rogers is leaving. There's even the possibility that The Attorney General may be replaced. There are several others who may be replaced. I believe that his relations with Congress will depend to a great extent upon how he reshuffles that cabinet. There are names that are being talked about in Washington, the possible elevation of Secretary Richardson to a higher post, possibility that Governor Rockefeller may be sent down to, or may be summoned to Washington. I think with a sharper outline to his domestic policy, with a new cabinet, he can turn to the Congress and perhaps have more success on his domestic program.
Teddy, wouldn't you agree that he must, as a very early order of business, clear the slates of this whole Watergate mess and everything connected with it, either have these people exonerated or get them out and persuade the country that the taint is gone, if there is a real taint there?
I think that the shadow on his victory is the Watergate affair, and I believe that a great many people very close to the president would like to have him move on that as one of the high priorities of his new administration. There can be no doubt that that's a priority.
Talking to Teddy White, who's been traveling with the president's party just the last few days. There'll be much more to say about all this, of course, later and for days to come. I don't know if Walter has attention, but I always seem to catch you, Walter, in the middle of a gourmet meal. I didn't mean to do that.
Well, Eric, it's about the only chance I have to spray the troubled throat. Take the little bit of soft drink, soda pop or something to keep going. It, however, looks like one of our earliest election nights, I must say. I can't remember one in these last 20 years which we're likely to be leaving here quite so early as tonight. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment.
In the Montana Senate race, Senator Lee Metcalf has won over Henry Hibbard, a two-term state representative who ran supporting Nixon on the war. Metcalf may have gotten some help from grousing in the state over the Russian wheat deal, in a wheat-growing state. He was anti-war, pro-amnesty all the way. In Washington, we haven't announced the governor's race there, which was won by Daniel Evans. And this is something of a surprise because he was being crowded very hard by Albert Rossellini, whom he denied a third term 8 years ago and who tried to deny him a third term this time and didn't do it. And we want to remind you that the Republicans did pick up a Senate seat in New Mexico. Pete Domenici running as a Nixon Republican against Jack Daniels. Waller?
Actually, in all of the 33 Senate races, neither the Republicans nor the Democrats made a net gain, at least not up to this hour. The Republicans took 4 seats from the Democrats, and the Democrats 4 seats from the Republicans. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue after this pause for station identification.
This is CBS. CBS News coverage of Election 72 with the final returns and election night wrap-up. Reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is correspondent Walter Cronkite.
A smashing landslide for President Nixon yesterday in the nation's 1972 election. The man who barely lost the presidency in 1960, barely won it in 68, piled up a majority that may very well go down in history as the greatest in our history. At this moment, 56% of the vote has been counted, and the president leads with 62% of the vote to McGovern's 37% of the vote. The figure's 27,341,000 for Richard Nixon, 16,158,000 for Senator McGovern. That gave Nixon, that sweep, all of the states except Massachusetts and the District of Columbia. A total of 17 electoral votes for McGovern, 498 electoral votes already counted for President Nixon, and it appears that he will get the rest of them. That McGovern will come out with just 17 electoral votes. Also, the House and the Senate. There, the coattail effect did not work this time. President Nixon's victory was a personal victory and not a party victory, apparently. The Republicans needed to win a net gain of only 5 seats to win control of the Senate. They are failing to do that tonight, and the Senate will be firmly in Democratic hands again. The Republicans have elected 16 senators, the Democrats 14 senators. There are 3 outstanding seats as yet that have not been determined, but under no circumstances can the Republicans win control. The House, the Republicans have won 132 seats, the Democrats 188 seats. Our VPA figures, our vote profile analysis of selected precincts around the country, indicates to us that the Democrats will end up with 245 seats, the Republicans 190. That would mean a net loss of 11 seats to the Democrats, but they hold a majority of 39 now. They would hold thus a majority of 28 in the new House of Representatives meeting in January. That's a figure for the estimate is give or take 8 seats. Not enough, obviously, to affect the total outcome and the makeup of the new House of Representatives. In the Congress, in the gubernatorial races for the state houses, there were 18 state houses up this time. The Democrats had 20 state governments before, the governorships, that is. The Democrats had 30. The Republicans have won 6 of the 18 races up. The Democrats have won 8. 4 are still outstanding. In that case, it is also a push so far. The Democrats have taken 2 governorships from the Republicans, and the Republicans have taken 2 governorships from the Democrats. No coattail effect in the major races for the control of the Congress or the control of the state governorships. Whether the coattail effect may be seen in some lower state races or local races, that will remain to be seen when those total votes are in another day or 2. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. Let's get a little wrap-up of the Midwest now from you, Dan Rather.
Walter, you can color all of the Midwest Republican in terms of the presidential race, with the exception of Minnesota. Senator McGovern and President Nixon running as close as fingers in that state. President Nixon seems to have a lead on the basis of our CBS News estimates, but the race is by no means decided, and it may be a while before we know about Minnesota. Otherwise, in the Midwest, really only 2 races of any national interest to be decided as yet, and one of them may be of considerable national interest, and that is the gubernatorial race in the state of Illinois. Democrat Daniel Walker, most of the evening, has been clinging to a lead over the incumbent Republican Richard Ogilvie. It's been about a 100,000 vote lead for the last several hours. This is the actual vote in and tabulated, 55% of the Illinois precincts in and tabulated. Now, Walker's lead is mostly on the basis of what he got out of Chicago and Cook County. He got a fairly good-sized lead out of the Chicago and Cook County area, where 50% of the vote is, but nothing like the old Dick Daley machine leads that Democratic candidates normally come out of there with. But it's a weird situation in that Ogilvie, who instituted Illinois' first income tax, is not doing nearly as well in downstate Illinois, in the Corn Belt area and Springfield, which normally rolls up enormous Republican margins. And on any other occasion, you might say that Walker, even with his lead, would probably lose it as the morning goes along. But that's by no means certain. And this is a very important race in that whether Ogilvie, the incumbent Republican, wins, or Walker, the Democratic challenger, whichever man wins it, he's going to be a big factor, one of the kings in the political chess game of his party for the future. Now, the other story in the Midwest is that there is a barn burner in the city of Chicago. The Dick Daley machine is fighting for survival, and it's the hottest time in that town since Mrs. O'Leary's cow perhaps kicked over a lantern and started to fire some note, in that the Daley machine, their whole game in this election was to try to pull out the state's attorney in Cook County. Edward Hanrahan, the Daley man, and a man who saw himself as possibly the successor to Mayor Richard Daley in Chicago, with all that implies, trailing Bernard Carey, a former FBI man, by a substantial margin with most of the votes in. And, Walter, its reports of the death of the Daley machine may be premature, but it is a possibility.
For some final thoughts on this election night, back to Eric Severein.
Well, Walter, I've about run out of final and semifinal thoughts, but I've got with me a very distinguished, very sophisticated European who knows this country exceedingly well, and I thought it'd be nice to hear from somebody from a different point of view than the rest of us who are here in the middle of the bear pit. That's Luigi Barzini, very distinguished Italian journalist and author and parliamentarian, now up at Harvard, and an old friend of CBS News and of mine. Luigi, the European, is this an important election for Europe?
Well, it's very strange to talk to you so early in the night, Eric. I usually talk about 4 o'clock waiting for the returns from Texas. Well, of course, it is a very important election for the Europeans. So much so that I think we should be allowed to vote, perhaps.
I think they're a good idea.
Someday. Of course, foreign affairs was not an issue. It was not debated. There were just a few speeches dedicated to some aspects of foreign affairs. The only foreign affair that was really touched upon was more of an internal affair. It was the Vietnam War. But although the foreign affairs was not debated, the consequences of an American presidential election in the foreign field are tremendous. I think President Nixon has ahead of him some of the greatest problems he ever tackled outside Vietnam, of course.
With Europe, you mean?
Well, Japan, India, Bangladesh, and Europe. I think it's about time America recognized that Europe has come of age, is rich enough to support its own armies, bring the boys back home.
That's what McGovern was trying to say, wasn't he?
Well, McGovern and Nixon said more or less the same things. It was the modalities of application that changed.
Don't you think we'll have to see President Nixon going to Europe quite a bit now? There'll be a security conference sometime.
I think he announced it, what I read in the papers. He's going to visit European capitals.
Is he popular in Europe as a person?
Well, I can't say he's popular. A foreign president cannot be popular, but he's understood. I mean, the job he's done, which is rigging up a complicated Rube Goldberg machine. Moscow needed wheat. Peking needed American assistance to defend itself, to defend China against the Soviets. And the Americans had the wheat, had the technical capacity to give to China, but they also needed something, which was a hand at Vietnam, a good advice in Hanoi.
And this kind of practical power dealing, you think, is appreciated in Europe?
Well, yes, because Europeans have been always a little wary of the American statesmen who announced noble ideas, which everybody shares, without the necessary machinery behind them.
We get the point. So I think Kissinger would be appreciated there, too, no doubt. Thank you very much, Luigi Barzini, Italian journalist and old friend of ours, taking a look at this election. Walter?
I have to personally thank Luigi, an old friend, for being with us tonight. Thank you, Luigi. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. One more state has fallen to President Nixon, as expected, Arizona. On a basis of our CBS News estimate, will go for him 63% when all of the vote is counted. And that only leaves Alaska and Hawaii to be heard from, along with Minnesota, where it is very close at this moment, but leaning toward the Nixon side, and looks like it may be Nixon by perhaps 52-48% in Minnesota, but that's only leaning that way. We can't call it as yet. Well, gentlemen, we've seen a historic landslide here tonight, and each of you have had report that some of the anomalies in your areas in this landslide. I wonder what has impressed you most about the way it all developed tonight. Mike, maybe we can start with you.
The pollsters were right, and there were some doubters for a while, this morning, as a matter of fact. And if I may report just one thing from my friend over at Yankelovich poll, which did its work for the New York Times and Time magazine. The pollster says that she
was also impressed with the fact that we found that 73% of the registered voters say they are sick and tired of hearing people attack patriotism, morality, and other traditional American values. And among Nixon voters, the figure is even higher, 81%. And I think myself that that had a good deal to do with the fact that Nixon took the East today, and that probably is part of the reason that it didn't rub off in the way of coattails.
Who do they think? Did she say, Mike, attacks patriotism and morality? I don't know of anybody attacking these two constants, I always thought.
I don't have the question here in front of me. Sick and tired of hearing people attack patriotism, morality, and other traditional American values. What I imagine it means is that in the perception of millions of American people, that's what was being done at the Democratic Convention. And I'm sure that they perceive McGovern and McGovern supporters as doing that down through the months since.
This is an assertion that to be against the Vietnam War and the president's position on it is an attack on patriotism.
I should get the specific the question that was asked, Walter, but this is from the lady at Yankelovich.
That's the AAA charge that the Republicans laid against the McGovern people, amnesty, abortion, and acid.
Right.
I think that's what they're getting at. Roger, what about the solid South now? Solidly Republican this year. It did bring in some Republican senators and Republican governors for the first time since Reconstruction. But do you think that this portends a period of Republican domination in the South?
Well, until we can find out just how the party did below the federal level, below Congress and gubernatorial and Senate, it's hard to make a conclusion. The interesting thing, and the thing that we all overlook because we don't handle such figures on an election night, is the changing nature of the population in the South. This massive infusion of industry has brought people into the South who were not born there, and so the values are changing. The suburbs in the South are growing. Income is rising. The standard of living is going up, and this has increased the Republican registration. It has caused people to break away because from their old Democratic traditions because they have not lived in the South before. And now you have, if you just take a look at the Southern Senate list, you'll see, beginning with Virginia, a Republican senator, North Carolina, a Republican senator, South Carolina, a Republican senator, Florida already has one, Tennessee has two, Kentucky has one. Governors are spread through the South now, Republicans. Already in Virginia, Tennessee, and now you add, what can we add now? North Carolina? You may add Texas. The most striking thing to me in the South was the way, I've never seen it before because you've never had a Democratic nominee like McGovern, but in the South, to see loyal Democrats who have been in the party their whole lifetime, one after the other saying, I'm not having anything to do with that campaign. I'm running my own campaign. John Sparkman, the running mate for Adlai Stevenson, a national Democrat, just cutting loose altogether from George McGovern, just getting as far away as they can. When the Democrat was a conservative, it worked in Sparkman's case and Sam Nunn's case in Georgia. But if a Democrat was a moderate, like Galifianakis or Spong, he couldn't cut himself loose from McGovern altogether. They were able to tie him in.
I suppose this is the culmination, really, of the whole slide for the Democrats in the South ever since 1948, when Hubert Humphrey and some other young Turk liberals at the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia pushed through a civil rights plank, forced the South to form a breakaway party. Ever since then, the slide has been downhill for the Democrats in the South.
Well, that 48 presidential race enabled the South to vote for a party other than the Democratic Party.
The word in Minnesota was that while Walter Mondale, the Democratic senator who won re-election tonight, and Hubert Humphrey worked for George McGovern in Minnesota, that they didn't actually work all that hard. It may well be that what we're in the middle of here is what the political scientists and the sociologists call great transitional change. But I think in the Midwest at least, and it may be true all over the country, that we've seen tonight a counter-revolution of the American middle. They are rejecting what they see as the bankrupt liberalism of the 1960s. They wanted the middle road candidate. They see President Nixon as representing both a return to normalcy and change. With George McGovern, they saw what they perceived to be radical change. Now, the danger for the Democratic Party, looking at these Midwest returns, is that for the first time in a long while, the guys in the back of the shop, union card-carrying members, blue-collar guys, said no to their union bosses, didn't vote that way. They were sophisticated enough to split their ticket. A lot of people in Chicago who for years had gone in and pulled the lever for Democrats and Democrats only, split their ticket. Mayor Daley, in deep trouble, if not fatally wounded politically, at least critically wounded. It's a shift to the middle. That's what people are demanding. One note, I know you want to move on. Michigan is voting 2-1 against liberalizing abortion laws.
California is voting to restore the death penalty also. But that's in John Hart's department. John, what about your thoughts, what's happened out in the West tonight?
Well, the pollsters there were conservative, as I think they were generally nationwide, as you indicated, Mike. Irvin Field pulled up until the weekend before the election and found a 14-point separation holding. We indicate on the CBS estimate it's going to be far more than that, 23%. The Democrats and the Republicans both did a lot of canvassing in California, Walter, and they went after the Democratic vote. That is, the Republicans went after the Democrats who indicated interest in Nixon, and the Democrats went after the same voters. An interesting thing, the Republicans put on a big effort to get out those Democratic for Nixon votes. The Democrats did not make any effort to differentiate. It was sort of an idealistic thing. Well, if we've done our job right, we'll win, and if we don't, we didn't. I think in the final word that you have to say, out of all the things that happened in the campaign, the handling of the Eagleton case hurt George McGovern most among that large block of new voters in California.
It may have been that he lost the election the day that the Eagleton announcement came out. CBS News coverage of Election Night 72 will continue in a moment. On a battlefield or a chessboard or a political arena, the winning strategy always has been to control the center. Richard Nixon not only controlled the political center that he carved out 4 years ago, but he enlarged on it. He totally dominated it in this election. The steamroller victory was the result of many factors: a well-financed, smoothly organized campaign, deft handling of a spate of volatile issues, an emphasis on the office rather than the man running, and a Democratic challenger who alienated many of his party's traditional supporters, failed to produce the new coalition that he sought, and stumbled through a series of campaign embarrassments, including, as John Hart noted a minute ago, changing running mates almost before the campaign began. The Democrats also bet on a big turnout to carry them to victory, and it didn't occur. It seems like it was a rather small turnout by percentage tonight, whether because of voter apathy or voter protest against both major candidates. We won't know until we get some post-polling done. However, while it was a Nixon landslide, it was far from a Republican one. Mr. Nixon rolled up those huge margins in many states, but the Republicans were unable to win either the Senate or the House tonight. With Mr. Nixon likely turning more attention to domestic affairs in his next term, a new drive to capture the Congress surely will be high on his list and on any list of presidential priorities. And what of George McGovern and the Democrats? Well, he'll continue as a senator, but perhaps not again be a presidential nominee. His party will regroup Maybe it'll shift to the right. We'll have to wait and see. But it, too, will survive and fight again. As a matter of fact, it's in better shape tonight than the Republicans were after Goldwater's defeat in 1964. At least it controls the Congress, which the Republicans did not at that time. Tonight, however, belongs to the president, who in his third try for the nation's highest office now has scored his greatest triumph. The 1972 campaign slogan has become a fact. He's going to have 4 more years in the White House for Richard Milhouse Nixon. I'd like to thank everybody here at CBS who put this election night report on the air, despite some difficulties that we did have. It was a valiant service by all concerned. Particularly tonight, I'd like to mention our executive producer, Bob Wessler. He's been putting together these election nights for some 7 elections. It's a whale of a tough job. He's done it with great taste and great dispatch, and this is going to be his last election. He's leaving us for bigger and greater things at CBS. So to Bob Wessler, from all of us, a thank you and a good night to him, and to all of you, a good night from all of the CBS News election staff. This is Walter Cronkite reporting from CBS News election headquarters in New York.
This has been CBS News coverage of Elections 70.